The fire was Mercy's first thought every morning. Not her children, not her husband, not the list of work waiting in the cold kitchen. The fire. Because without the fire, none of the rest of it mattered. And she had understood this at a level below thinking for so long that it was not a thought anymore. It was just the order of things. Eyes open. Fire. She dressed in the dark, finding her clothes by touch, and by the particular logic of a room she knew the way she knew her own hands. The floorboards were cold through her stockings. The air above the blanket was colder than the air under it. She moved through both without complaint, because complaint was a thing you saved for problems that had solutions. And cold floors in February in Massachusetts were not that kind of problem. Downstairs. The kitchen held the memory of last night's fire, but not the fire itself. She coaxed it back the way you coaxed anything that had gone quiet. Carefully. With small things first, and patience before larger ones. The tinder caught. The kindling caught. She fed it 2 splits of oak and watched the flame decide to stay. Outside the kitchen window, the morning was the blue-gray color of early February. The sky just starting to separate itself from the land. The north field was brown and frozen. The corn long since harvested. The soil locked hard until April. The apple trees at the far edge stood bare. The barn was a dark shape, 40 steps from the back door, and from it she could hear, faintly, the sound of the 2 cows moving in their stalls. That sound was something she checked every morning without knowing she was checking it. The way you checked the breathing of a sleeping child, as long as she could hear them. Things were in their right order. She put the kettle on and started the oatmeal. Nathaniel came down while the water was heating. He was a tall man who moved quietly for his size, and she heard him on the stairs more from the creak of the 3rd step than from any sound he made himself. 20 years of marriage, and she still knew exactly which step he was on. She supposed that was what 20 years of marriage was. Not romance, not the large gestures that the young confused with love, but the specific knowledge of a person's weight on a stair. He came into the kitchen smelling of sleep, and poured himself coffee from the pot she had left on the edge of the heat. He stood at the window for a moment, looking out at the field. "Ground is solid," he said. "It is February," she said. He almost smiled. He had a way of almost smiling that she had spent 5 years misreading and 15 years understanding. She understood it now. He sat down. She put a bowl in front of him. He looked at it the way men who work with their hands looked at food, with a kind of respect that had nothing sentimental in it. "I need to leave for Boston by Thursday," he said. "The Greer contract will not wait past the end of the month." "I know," she said. They had talked about it. The timing was not ideal, but timing in February in Massachusetts was rarely ideal, and the Greer contract was 3 months of certainty in a life that did not offer certainty in large quantities. "Should be back in 2 weeks," he said. "Maybe less, if the roads cooperate." She said that would be fine, because it would be fine. She had managed the farm without him before. She was capable in the specific, practiced way of a woman who had never been allowed the luxury of being incapable. Patience came down next, 12 years old, with her mother's dark eyes, and a quality of observation about her that sometimes made Mercy feel unreasonably like she was being studied. She sat down without being asked. which was new this winter, the sitting down without being asked. And Mercy noted it the way she noted all the small changes in her daughter. Something was shifting in the girl. Something was becoming. Samuel came down the way Samuel always came down, which was in motion before he reached the bottom step. 9 years old, and built like a question mark, always leaning towards something, always about to ask. He sat down, stood up, sat down again, and looked out the window. "Is there going to be more snow?" he asked. "There is always snow in February," Mercy said. "More than usual," he said. She looked at the window. The sky was the same blue-gray it had been when she came downstairs. Nothing unusual. "Eat your oatmeal," she said. Little Eb came last, quiet in the way he was always quiet, settling into the chair nearest the fire with the particular efficiency of a 6-year-old who had already learned where the warmth was. He was a child who said less than the others and noticed more. And sometimes Mercy caught herself wondering what he was collecting in that silence, what he would one day say with it. Abish was already in the kitchen when Mercy came downstairs. She was always already in the kitchen. 3 years working for the Hale family. And in those 3 years, Mercy had never once beaten her to the morning fire. Abish was a Wampanoag woman, perhaps 30 years old. With dark hair, she kept braided back and hands that were quick and certain at every task she was given. She and Mercy had developed, over 3 years, a language of shared work, not friendship exactly, not distance exactly, something that functioned well, that got the morning done, that neither of them had ever tried to name. Abish was carrying water in from the well when the children came down. She set the bucket near the fire without speaking and went back for another. That was how she moved through the house, efficiently, purposefully, without waste. Mercy had hired her because she needed help and Abish had needed work. And over 3 years, she had come to rely on her in ways that she would not have been able to fully articulate if someone had asked. She just knew where Abish was in the house, the way she knew where the fire was. As a fact of the morning, after breakfast, Nathaniel went out to the barn. The children scattered to their morning tasks. Mercy began the bread. It was Patience who noticed it first. She was standing at the window, watching her father cross the yard, when she said, without turning around, "The sky is a funny color." Mercy looked up from the dough. The sky to the west had changed while they were at breakfast. It was still February sky, still gray, but the gray had thickened and lowered, coming down toward the tree line with a weight to it that she recognized at some animal level before she recognized it with her mind. The color of sky that means business. The color of sky that has made a decision. Nathaniel was standing in the yard, looking at the same sky. He stood there for a moment, the way he stood, when he was thinking about something he was not ready to say. Then he came back inside. He did not say anything about the sky. He poured himself another coffee, but he was quiet through the rest of the morning in a different way than his usual quiet. And Mercy, who knew the difference, started a second batch of bread without being sure why. That evening, after the children were in bed, she went down to the cellar with the lamp. She moved along the shelves the way she always moved along them, counting without writing it down. Cornmeal, salt pork, dried beans, rye flour, 2 barrels of pickled vegetables that had held well since October. She went through the numbers in her head. They were good numbers. The numbers of a family that had prepared for a New England winter the way they had always prepared, with enough and a little more than enough put by against the season's worst. She came back upstairs. Nathaniel was already asleep. She lay in the dark and listened to the wind, which had picked up since evening, and thought about the sky and the bread she had started for no reason she could name. She felt the specific discomfort of a woman whose instincts are telling her something her mind has not caught up to yet. Nathaniel would leave for Boston Thursday morning, he had said. The snow started Wednesday night. She heard it before she saw it. Not the snow itself, which makes no sound, but what snow does to the world around it. The particular silence that falls when the ground goes white. The way even the wind changes its tone when there is something soft to move across instead of something hard. She lay in bed in the early hours of Thursday morning and heard the world getting quieter. And she knew, by the time she came downstairs, 2 inches of snow covered the yard. She stood at the kitchen window with her coffee and looked at it. 2 inches. Maybe a little more near the barn, where the wind had pushed it. The sky was still heavy, the clouds low and the color of old wool, but the snow had slowed to something almost gentle, coming down in large flakes that drifted rather than fell. She had seen 100 mornings like this. She would see 100 more. Nathaniel came down already dressed for travel. His pack was by the door. He had a contract to sign and a merchant to meet, and the Hale family needed the income that came from both. Roads should still be fine, he said. He was looking at the yard the way he looked at problems he had already decided how to handle. They should be, she agreed, because they should be. 2 inches of snow on a February morning in Massachusetts was not a reason to change plans. It was a reason to put on heavier boots. Maybe nothing more. He kissed her. He shook Patience's hand, which made Patience stand up straighter in the way she stood when she was trying to show him she was old enough to be treated seriously. He ruffled Samuel's hair, and Samuel squirmed away from it. He looked for a moment at little Eb, still in his chair by the fire, and touched the boy's head softly. Then he was out the door and across the yard, and she watched him from the window until he reached the road and turned south toward Boston, and the trees took him. She turned back to the kitchen. Abish was at the back door, looking up at the sky the way she sometimes looked at things outside. Not as a scene, but as information. Her eyes moved slowly across it, east to west, then back. She stood that way for perhaps a full minute before she came inside and closed the door. Mercy wanted to ask what she had seen. She did not ask. There was a distance between them that she had never tried to cross, partly because she had not known how, and partly because she had never been sure it needed crossing. They worked well together. That had always seemed like enough. By afternoon, the snow had picked up. Not heavily, not alarmingly, steadily. The way February snow came in New England. Patient and accumulative, adding itself inch by inch until you looked up from your work and found the world had changed while you were not watching. By evening, the stone wall on the east side of the property had gone from 3 feet to 2 feet visible, the top foot of granite buried under a soft white ridge. She went to the cellar before bed, counted everything, came back up. The numbers were good. She went to sleep believing this, because it was what she had always believed, and it had always been true. The second storm came the following morning before the first one finished. She understood this when she looked out the bedroom window at first light, and saw that what had been 2 inches at dawn the previous day was now past the lower sill of the kitchen windows. She went downstairs and stood at the kitchen window and looked at what she could see through the upper sash, which was the yard and the barn roof and the sky above, and what she could not see through the lower sash, which was white. The stone wall on the east side was gone. Not slowly. She had seen it at supper, and it was there. Now it was not. Just white, where the wall had been. Smooth and unbroken, as if 9 years of stacking stone in that field had been something she had imagined. She stood at the window for a moment, looking at the place where it was not. Then she got the small notebook from the kitchen drawer. She had kept it for household accounts, for things to remember, for the practical record-keeping that running a farm required. She opened it to a fresh page and wrote snow continuing. Second storm on top of first. Wall on east side gone. Firewood good. Flour good. Salt pork good. She drew a line under the good column and looked at it. Then she opened a second column on the right side of the page and wrote at the top conditions. She looked at that word for a moment. Then she wrote under it, if snow stops within the week. She closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. The third storm came on the 5th day. They knew it was coming before it came. Abish said the morning before that the sky had a particular look to it. A flatness at the edges where the light came in that she associated with weather building rather than weather passing. Mercy had learned enough in 5 days to treat this information the way she treated everything Abish said about practical matters, which was as fact. She sent Samuel and Patience to bring in every piece of wood that was accessible from the second-floor window, which was how they had been getting wood since the second morning. The 2 children passing split oak from the pile below, while Mercy carried it down the inside stairs. She had Abish check the barn twice that day. She cooked a large supper with more salt pork than usual, because she was not sure what the next few days would look like for cooking, and she wanted the children fed well, while feeding well was still simple. That night, the third storm arrived. It arrived the way the first 2 had not arrived, which was with intention. The wind came first, pushing against the north wall of the house, with a pressure that made the beams answer back. A low, continuous conversation between the storm and the structure. Then the snow. No longer the drifting accumulation of the first 2 days, but something driven, horizontal for long stretches, packing into every gap and groove and overhang with the focused efficiency of something that knew what it was trying to do. She lay in bed and listened to the house respond to what was hitting it. The third storm lasted 2 days. When it stopped, the world outside the second-floor window was a single, unbroken white plane at the height of her bedroom windowsill. She stood at the window and looked at this and thought about the barn roof, which was visible, and the upper half of the barn door, which was visible, and the vent at the peak of the barn roof from which a thin line of warmth still rose, which meant the cows were alive. She thought, all right, this is what we are dealing with. She thought it in the calm, flat tone she used internally when a situation had moved past the point of surprise and into the territory of management. Then the 4th storm came. It came on the 9th day. 3 days after the third, which was not enough time for anything to have normalized or for anyone to have gotten complacent about what was happening. The children were still sleeping in their coats because it was warmer that way. Samuel had stopped asking to go outside on the 7th day. The barn check had become its own expedition, requiring snowshoes that Abish had started assembling from ash wood and pig hide the week before, requiring 2 people, requiring an hour each morning that used to take 15 minutes. The 4th storm was the worst of the 4. It came down for 3 days without meaningful pause, adding to what was already there with a kind of accumulated purpose, as if it had heard about the first 3 and intended to finish what they had started. The roof began to speak on the 2nd day of the 4th storm. Not the dramatic creak of a structure giving way, but the lower, more continuous complaint of wood under sustained weight. The sound of something holding, but aware of what it was holding. Mercy listened to that sound every night. She lay in the dark, with the children sleeping around her, and listened to the roof and thought about the numbers in the notebook and whether the numbers added up to enough. And then she thought about what enough meant when the conditions column was full of things she could not control. And then she stopped thinking in sentences and just listened to the roof and the storm and the particular silence that existed inside the storm. The silence of a house that had been cut off from everything outside it. On the morning of the 11th day, the 4th storm stopped. She woke to the absence of sound, where sound had been for 11 days. Real absence. The wind gone. The pressure against the north wall gone. The driven quality of everything outside gone. She lay still for a moment and listened to the silence and felt something in her chest release that she had not known she was holding. She went to the window. The sky was the color of pewter, flat and still, the color of a sky that had spent itself and was resting. Below the window, the snow was level with the sill. She looked out at a landscape that bore no relationship to the farm she had walked every day for 9 years. No wall, no fences, no road, no distinction between field and yard and woodlot and the land beyond, just white and the barn roof and the thin line of warmth from the vent. She looked at it for a long time. Then she went downstairs and took the notebook from the drawer. She opened it to the conditions page and looked at what she had written on the 2nd day, if snow stops within the week. She crossed that out. She wrote, snow has stopped. 11 days. 4 storms. She looked at these facts on the page. Then she turned to a fresh page and started a new column. At the top she wrote, what we have. At the top of the 2nd column she wrote, what we need. She worked through both columns carefully, without hurrying, the way she worked through anything that required precision. When she was done, she had 2 pages of numbers and the arithmetic that connected them. The arithmetic said they were all right if the roads opened within 3 weeks. She looked at the word if. Then she wrote below the arithmetic, in smaller letters, the sentence that was true and that she needed to write down somewhere before she could think past it. The storms have stopped, but we are still buried. She closed the notebook. She called the children down for breakfast. Outside the window, the snow held everything under it the way it had been holding everything for 11 days. Patient and complete. And it was going to go on, holding everything for a long time yet. The storms were done. The hard part, she understood now. sitting at the kitchen table with the notebook in the drawer, and the children coming down the stairs, was only beginning. The morning the door would not open was not the morning after the fourth storm. It was the morning of the third storm, the seventh day of snow, the day Mercy finally understood what they were actually inside of. She reached for the door handle the way she reached for it every morning, not thinking about it, the way you did not think about breathing or about finding the stairs in the dark. Her hand knew where the handle was. Her arm knew how hard to pull. She had opened this door 10,000 times, or near enough that the difference did not matter. She pulled. The door did not move. She pulled again, with more attention this time. The handle turned. The latch cleared. The door itself did not move a fraction of an inch. She stood there with her hand on the handle, and understood before she was ready to understand. She pushed, thinking perhaps the frame had swollen with cold, thinking there were explanations for a stuck door that did not require what her mind was starting to put together. The door pushed inward an inch and a half, and then stopped against something that was not the frame. She could feel it through the door, through her hand on the wood, the particular dense resistance of something packed and heavy pressing from the other side. She let the door close. She stood in the entryway in the early morning dark, with her lamp and her hand still on the handle, and finished the thought she had been keeping at arm's length. The snow was above the door, not at the door, above it. She had woken this morning to a different quality of light through the bedroom window, a light that was closer and whiter than it should have been. And she had noticed this, and she had come downstairs, and she had reached for the door handle the way she always reached for it, and the door had not opened. And the reason the door had not opened was that outside this house, right now, the snow was higher than the top of the frame. She did not move for a moment. She was aware of the fire behind her in the kitchen, which she had built up before she came to the door. She was aware of the lamp in her hand and the cold of the entryway floor through her stockings. She was aware, in a way she was not usually aware of it, of the weight of the house around her, the beams and the boards and the plaster, the structure that stood between the people inside it and everything outside it. She let go of the handle. She went to the kitchen window. Through the lower sash, she could see only white. The snow had risen to the height of the windowsill sometime in the night, and through the glass now there was nothing but a pale, flat surface a few inches away. Like a wall someone had built across the view. The upper sash still showed sky, gray sky, falling snow, and the tops of the fence posts on the far side of the yard, just visible above the white line. She stood at the window and looked at the upper sash and the sky and the tops of the fence posts, and thought about what she needed to do in the next 10 minutes. Abish came downstairs. She came into the kitchen and stopped. She looked at Mercy. She looked at the window. Lower sash white, upper sash sky. She looked at Mercy again. Her face did not change in any dramatic way. It settled, perhaps, the way a face settled when it moved from one understanding to a deeper one. The front door, Mercy said. Yes, Abish said. I thought it might be. You knew. I thought it might be, Abish said again. Not correction, exactly. Precision. They stood in the kitchen for a moment. The fire was going. The kettle was on. These things were still true. The second floor, Abish said. Mercy nodded. She had already gotten there. They went upstairs together, past the children's doors. Still closed and still quiet, Mercy's bedroom window faced the yard. She unlatched the upper sash and pushed it open. Cold air came in hard and fast. The real cold of outside after days of the filtered warmth of a closed house. She leaned out. The snow was level with the sill of the second-floor window. She was looking out at a flat white plain that stretched from the house to where the barn was and beyond, all at the same height. The height of her bedroom window, as if the ground had risen 6 feet in the night and decided to stay there. The tops of the fence posts were just below her. The peak of the barn roof was visible, and the vent at the top of it. And from the vent, a thin line of gray rose upward. The barn was alive. That was the first thing she checked, and it was all right. Abish leaned out beside her. She pressed one hand down onto the surface of the snow. Testing. It held. It is crusted, she said, cold enough to hold weight. Both of us. Abish pressed again. Moved her hand. Pressed in another place. If we are careful, she said. Mercy looked at the woodpile. Somewhere to the left, under several feet of snow. Visible only because she knew where it was and could trace the shape of it under the surface. Perhaps 30 feet from the window. The wood, she said. Yes, Abish said. They did not need to discuss it further. This was what 3 years of working alongside each other had built the ability to reach the same conclusion at the same time without the detour of words. Mercy went to get her heaviest coat. Going out the window was not graceful. There was nothing graceful about swinging your legs over a second-floor sill and lowering yourself onto a surface that might or might not hold you. In February, in the dark of early morning, while trying not to wake the children, Abish went first. She went over the sill and down, and the crust held. And she stood on the surface of the snow in the gray morning light and looked entirely ordinary about it, as if this was simply where she was standing. Mercy followed. The crust held under her too, though she felt it flex slightly. She straightened up and looked around. This was the thing she had not been prepared for. Not the cold, not the effort of climbing out the window, but the view from up here, from the surface of the snow, looking at the world from a height she had no right to be at. The farm she had lived on for 9 years was below her. The fence posts came to her knee. The kitchen window, through which she had looked out at this yard 10,000 times, was 2 feet below the level where she was standing. The house itself was a partial thing, a set of upper walls, and a roof emerging from the white. She could see the chimney. She could see the upper windows. Below the second floor, the house had simply stopped existing. Abish was already moving toward the woodpile. Mercy followed, stepping carefully, feeling the crust flex and hold with each step. The snow made a faint squeaking compression under her boots, and she found herself listening to it, the sound of her own weight on something that should not have been holding her. The woodpile was a long, rectangular mound under the snow. Abish crouched and started clearing the highest logs with her hands, pushing snow aside in armfuls. And underneath the snow, the wood was there, solid and cold and real. The oak and ash that Nathaniel had split in October. They worked without speaking. Mercy pulled logs from the top of the pile, and Abish carried them to the window. And through the window, Mercy passed them to Patience, who had woken and understood without being told what was needed of her. 12 years old, taking split oak from her mother's hands through a second-floor window at first light without being asked, stacking it against the wall of the bedroom with the careful efficiency of someone who understood that this mattered. They made 3 trips. When they were done, there were enough logs in the bedroom to last several days without going out again. They came back in through the window. Mercy latched it. She stood in her bedroom, in her coat, her boots wet, her breath still showing in the cold air near the window, and looked at the stack of wood against the wall. Samuel was in the doorway. He had woken up too. "You went outside," he said. He was not accusing. He was marveling. "We got wood," Mercy said. "You walked on top of the snow?" "Yes." He looked at the window. He looked at the stack of wood. He looked at Abish, who was taking off her coat with the matter-of-fact air of someone who had done what needed doing and was ready for the next thing. "Can I?" he started. "No," Mercy said. She sent him downstairs to tend the fire. She sent Patience to start breakfast. She kept Abish with her for a moment in the bedroom after the children had gone. "The barn," she said. "The cows." "I know," Abish said. "Later this morning, when the light is better." "Yes." Mercy looked at the window. She looked at the wood stacked against the wall. She thought about the door that had not opened, and the world outside that was 6 feet higher than it had any right to be, and the children downstairs doing what she had told them to do, and Nathaniel, somewhere in Boston, who did not know what morning looked like from the second-floor window of his own house. She thought about the notebook in the kitchen drawer. "I need to recount everything," she said to herself, but out loud, because saying it made it a thing she was going to do rather than a thing she was afraid to do. "Everything in the cellar. Everything we have, starting from today." Abish waited, which was its own kind of answer. "We cannot go out the front door," Mercy said. "We can go out the second floor, but it takes time. And it takes 2 of us, and every time we do it, there is risk. So everything we have inside this house right now is what we have." She paused. "I need to know exactly what that is." She went downstairs and took the notebook from the drawer. She sat down at the kitchen table where the children were eating, and she opened it and she started writing. Not the careful, hopeful accounting of a week ago. The good down the left side of the page. Something more precise. Something that had no room for the word good. Because good was a judgment, and what she needed now was not judgment. It was numbers. "Flour," she wrote. "How many pounds?" "Salt pork," she wrote. "How many pounds?" "Dried beans," she wrote. "How many pounds?" She went through everything. She went to the cellar with the lamp, and she touched each thing and counted each thing and came back up and wrote it all down. When she was done, she had 2 pages of numbers. Then she sat with the numbers and she did the arithmetic. Outside the house, the snow held the world still and white and utterly silent. Inside, the fire was going. The children were eating. Abish was washing the breakfast things, and Mercy Hale was sitting at her kitchen table doing arithmetic that she had never had to do before. In a house she could not leave by its front door. On a morning that bore no resemblance to any morning she had planned for, she finished the arithmetic. She looked at what she had. Then she turned to a fresh page and wrote, "We have enough." If enough means what it usually means. She looked at that sentence. Then she wrote under it, "I do not yet know what enough means." She closed the notebook. She got up to pour herself more coffee, and the morning went on. She started rationing the wood on the 8th day. Not dramatically. She did not gather the children and explain the situation with the gravity of someone delivering bad news. She simply, that morning, put one fewer log on the fire than she had been putting, and watched the room adjust to what it was given. The kitchen stayed warm enough, not the warmth of a generous fire, the warmth that spread to the far corners and made you forget the winter outside, the functional warmth, the warmth that kept fingers from going stiff, and kept the bread from failing to rise, and kept little Eb from coughing the cough he got when he was cold. She stood at the fire and looked at the one fewer log and thought, all right, this is what we do now. The wood was the problem she could see. She could look at the pile in the bedroom, count the logs stacked against the wall, divide that number by the days she expected to need it, and arrive at a number that was either comfortable or not comfortable, depending on what she believed about how long this was going to last. She had been adjusting that belief every morning. Every morning, it needed adjusting again. She sat down that evening, after the children were in bed and the house was quiet, and opened the notebook to the page where she had done her arithmetic 3 days ago. She had been adding to it each day, small notations in the margins, adjustments as she used things and counted things again. The page was getting crowded. She turned to a fresh one and started over. Wood. She wrote the number that was in the bedroom pile, the number she had counted that morning, and then she wrote beside it how many days it represented if she burned at the current reduced rate. The number was 17. 17 days. If the rate held, if she did not miscalculate, if the cold stayed at its current level rather than deepening. She looked at 17. 17 days from today was the 3rd week of March. If the snow began to recede by then, if the road opened by then, if she could get more wood by then, 17 was enough. If any of those conditions failed, 17 was a door that closed before she reached it. She wrote conditions. Then, under that, she wrote each condition on its own line. Snow must recede. Road must open. Supply must be reachable. She looked at the 3 lines. She could not control any of them. She could only control the number of logs she put on the fire each morning, and the number she put on each night, and the number she put on in between. And she could make that number as small as she could make it without letting the fire go out or the children go cold. And that was the full extent of her power over the situation. She found, sitting with this, that it was not as frightening as she would have expected. There was something almost steadying about knowing exactly where the walls were. She turned to the food page. Flour down by 1/4 from when she started counting. She had been baking every other day instead of every day, making each loaf a little larger, so the children did not notice the change in frequency. Salt pork, she had cut the portions at dinner by 1/3. Samuel had not said anything about this, which meant either he had not noticed or he was being unusually considerate, and she was not sure which possibility surprised her more. Dried beans. She had added beans to 2 meals a week that would not have had beans before, filling in what the smaller meat portions left out. The stoneware crock was still more than half full. She wrote all of it down and added the numbers and looked at the result. If she continued at the current reduced rate, they had food for a little over 4 weeks. 4 weeks from today was mid-March. The overlap with the wood calculation was imperfect. The food lasting longer than the wood, which meant the wood was what she had to solve. She sat with that for a while. Then she heard Abish on the stairs. Abish came into the kitchen quietly. The way she moved through the house at night, with the minimum of disturbance, she went to the fire and stood near it for a moment, warming her hands, not acknowledging Mercy at the table right away, giving her the space to finish what she was doing or not finish it as she chose. This was one of the things about Abish that Mercy had come to notice in the past days. She gave space. She did not fill silences with noise. She waited to see what a situation required before she offered anything. And what she offered was usually exactly what was needed and not one thing more. "I could not sleep," Mercy said. "No," Abish said, as if this were unsurprising. "The wood," Mercy said. Abish turned from the fire and looked in the direction of the notebook. She did not come closer. She just looked toward it the way you look toward a problem when someone told you it was there. 17 days, Mercy said. "At the current rate, if I go lower, we risk the cold getting into the walls. And the animals," Abish said. "I keep the barn and the house on separate calculations. But yes." Abish was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "There is a way to burn less and keep the same warmth." Mercy looked at her. "The way you are stacking the logs," Abish said. She came to the fireplace and crouched in front of it. The fire was banked low for the night, a bed of coals with 2 logs sitting on top, in the way Mercy had always stacked wood in a fireplace. Parallel, a few inches apart. "This way, you get a hot burn," Abish said. "Fast. The wood goes quickly." She reached in and shifted one of the logs, angling it across the other, rather than parallel to it, raising it slightly on one end with a smaller piece underneath. This way, the air moves differently. The burn is slower. You get the same heat for longer. Mercy watched her do it. The fire did not immediately look different, but after a few minutes she could see that the flame had settled into a different shape, lower and steadier, and the coals beneath it were brightening rather than cooling. "Where did you learn that?" Mercy asked. Abish looked at the fire. "From my mother," she said. "Who learned it from hers." Mercy looked at the fire. She thought about the number 17 and what it might become if the wood lasted longer. She thought about 20 years of building fires the way her mother had taught her, the way that worked, the way that was hers. And then she thought about Abish's mother and Abish's mother's mother, and however many generations of women had sat at fires and learned this from each other in the kind of teaching that did not require a classroom, just someone who knew and someone watching. She did not say any of this out loud. She was not sure she had the right to. "Show me again," she said. "The angle? I want to get it right." Abish showed her again. Mercy practiced it twice, getting the feel of the placement. When she had it, Abish stood back and let her manage the fire herself. And Mercy knelt at the hearth in her nightgown in the low light and stacked the wood the way Abish had shown her, and felt the difference it made. The steadier draw of air, the more even heat. She got up and wrote in the notebook, new stacking method. Estimate 8 to 10 additional days from current supply. She looked at 8 to 10 additional days added to 17. 25 days. Maybe 27. She looked at that number for a long time. Then she closed the notebook. "Thank you," she said. Abish nodded. She went back upstairs. Mercy sat alone at the kitchen table for a while, looking at the fire she had built, the new way, watching it hold its warmth with less than she had been giving it, and thought about the difference between what you knew and what you thought you knew, and how long you could mistake one for the other before a winter in Massachusetts corrected you. She went to bed. The fire held all night without needing to be fed. In the morning she stacked it the same way. She did not add the extra log she had been adding at 6 in the morning since the week before. She watched the room and waited to see if the warmth dropped to a level that mattered. It did not drop to a level that mattered. She wrote in the notebook, Day 8. Method confirmed. Then she started breakfast. On the morning of the 9th day, she did not hear the cows. She was in the kitchen before first light, had been there for half an hour, building the fire and heating water, and going through the first quiet movements of a morning that had become, over 9 days, its own kind of routine, a routine built entirely around limitation, around what you could and could not do. In a house you could not leave by its front door. She had learned the shape of it. She had begun to move through it without fighting it. But she had not heard the cows. She stood still and listened. The cows made noise in the morning, not loud noise, but the ordinary sounds of large animals that knew the morning routine and were expecting it to be honored. A shift of weight, the knock of a hoof against the stall boards, a low sound that was less a moo than a reminder. She heard all of this every morning, through the walls and through whatever distance existed between the kitchen and the barn. This morning she heard nothing. Abish came down. Mercy turned to look at her. Abish read her face and went immediately to her coat. They went out the bedroom window the way they had learned to go. Efficiently, without the hesitation of the first morning. The crust was different today, a little softer in places where the previous day's thin sun had touched it, and they moved more carefully, testing each step. The sky was still dark at the edges, gray at the center, the kind of early morning sky that had not yet decided what it was going to do. The barn looked the same from the outside, the roof peak visible, the vent, the same thin warmth rising from it. But when they reached the barn and pulled back the hatch they had cut into the snow above the barn's upper window 3 days ago, and dropped down into the interior, the smell was different, colder. That was the first thing. The barn was cold in a way it had not been cold before, the kind of cold that meant something had changed in the balance of warmth that animals produced and walls held. She could see her breath in a thick cloud when she exhaled. The 2 cows were in their stalls. They were standing, which was the first thing she checked, and it was all right. But they were standing wrong. Weight shifted back, heads low, the posture of animals that had been cold for long enough that the cold had become a continuous fact rather than an occasional one. Their water had frozen in the trough. The feed she had left the day before was gone. They had eaten it and needed more, and she had not come in the evening the way she should have, had calculated the snow on the path and the cold, and decided to wait until morning. And morning had made things worse instead of better. She broke the ice in the trough with the handle of the pitchfork. She carried water from the bucket she had brought down the hatch and poured it over the broken ice. Enough to make something drinkable. The cows moved toward it with a slow purposefulness that told her they had been waiting. Abish was at the back of the barn. "The pig," she said. Mercy came around the partition. In the far corner of the pen, the pig lay on its side. It lay the way animals lay when they were asleep or when they were not going to wake up, and the angle of the legs told her before she reached it which of those things it was. She stood there for a moment. She had known, at some level, that this was possible. She had not let herself think it directly, because thinking it directly required making a plan for it, and she had not wanted to make that plan. The pig had been in her accounts since the snow started. Entered on the food side as future months of salt meat, as the fat for soap and for cooking, as a season of provision she had been counting on. In the easy, unconscious way, you counted on things that were still alive. She did not let herself feel it as grief. She did not have room for grief right now. She looked at the pig and she thought about what it had been worth and what that loss meant for the calculations in the notebook, and she found, doing this, that her mind was remarkably clear and efficient. Clearer than she would have expected. Clearer than she perhaps would have wanted if she had been thinking about herself. She went back to the cows. She fed them and watered them and talked to them while she did it. The low, continuous kind of talking she had always done in the barn. Not words, exactly. More of a tone. A reminder that a person was here, and the person was not alarmed, and there was no reason to be alarmed. The cows settled as she talked. Their weight came forward. Their heads came up to something closer to their normal position. She worked beside Abish, and they did not speak for a long time. The barn was cold and quiet, and outside the snow held everything still. And the work was the work that needed doing. When it was done, they stood together at the foot of the stall, and Abish looked at the cows and said, "They need more than we have been giving them. I know. The cold takes more from them. To stay warm, they burn what they eat faster. How much more?" Abish looked at the cows the way she looked at everything she was calculating. A third more? Maybe. If you want them to come through in condition to work in the spring. Mercy thought about the hay in the loft. She had counted it 10 days ago. She did the division in her head. A third more per day, over however many more days this lasted. "Come up to the loft," she said. They climbed up. She counted the hay bales that remained, counting twice to be sure, and revised the number downward from what she remembered, because some of what she had counted before was already used. She stood in the loft with the cold coming through the boards and the new number in her head. "We are short," she said. Abish said nothing. "If this lasts another 2 weeks," Mercy said, "and we give them what they need rather than what I planned on, we will run short before the end." "Yes," Abish said. Mercy looked at the bales. She thought about the cows in the spring, pulling the plow, pulling the cart, earning back what the winter had cost. She thought about the spring without them. "We give them what they need," she said. Abish nodded, as if she had expected this answer. They went back up through the hatch and across the snow to the house. The sky had lightened while they were in the barn, a pale winter light settling over the white field. And in that light, the snow looked different than it did in the early dark. More patient. It had not gone anywhere. It was not going anywhere. It sat on the land with the total comfort of something that knew it was winning without needing to try. In the kitchen, Mercy took off her coat and sat down at the table with the notebook. She found the page with the hay calculation and drew a line through the number she had written there and wrote the new one above it. She found the page with the meat calculation and wrote, in the column where she tracked expected supply pig, lost. She looked at those two words for a moment. Then she turned to the condition list and added a fourth line, cows must hold. She closed the notebook. Patience was at the door of the kitchen, still in her nightgown, her hair loose from sleep. She had a way of appearing in doorways without making any sound, which Mercy had spent 12 years telling her was disconcerting, and Patience had spent 12 years ignoring. "How is the barn?" she asked. Mercy looked at her daughter. The girl was watching her with the focused attention of someone taking a measurement. "The cows are all right?" Mercy said. Patience waited. She knew her mother well enough to know when there was more. "We lost the pig," Mercy said. Patience stood with that for a moment. She did not make a sound of distress. She did not ask how, or when, or why. She stood there, and her expression moved through something, and came out the other side in a place that was not grief and was not acceptance exactly, but was some territory between the two that Mercy recognized, because she had just come from there herself. "Okay," Patience said. "Then, should I start the oatmeal?" "Yes," Mercy said. "Thank you." Patience went to the fire. Mercy sat at the table and watched her daughter measure oatmeal into the pot with the efficient movements of a girl who had been watching her mother do this for 12 years and had learned it so completely that she did not need to think about it. She thought I taught her that. And then, quietly, without quite meaning to good, outside, the snow held everything under it, patient and white, and without any interest in what the people inside the farmhouse were feeling about it. The cows were alive. The hay would run short. The pig was gone. The notebook had new numbers in it. The oatmeal went on. The morning continued. On the 11th day, Samuel stopped asking to go outside. Mercy noticed this the way she noticed most things about her children. Not all at once, but gradually. The way a change in the weather announced itself, not through a single sign, but through the accumulation of small ones. He had been asking every morning since the door stopped opening, sometimes twice a morning, with the particular persistence of a 9-year-old boy who could not sit still on a good day, and was now being asked to sit still indefinitely in a house that had been shrinking around him for nearly 2 weeks. She had been saying no every morning. She had been explaining why every morning. She had been watching him receive the explanation and not be satisfied by it, and come back the next morning and ask again. On the 11th morning he did not ask. He came downstairs and sat at the table and ate his oatmeal and looked out the window at the white that filled the lower sash and did not say anything about going outside. She watched him do this without comment. She was not sure whether the silence meant he had finally accepted the situation or whether something had shifted in him that was larger than acceptance. Some understanding that had arrived overnight that she was not certain she wanted him to have yet. He was 9 years old. She was not sure what 9 was old enough for. The 3 children had been living in this house for 11 days without going outside, without school, without the movement and noise and the outside air that children required the way they required food and sleep. They had been remarkably good about it, which was its own thing to worry about. Children who were remarkably good when they had every reason not to be were either children who had found internal resources she had not known they had, or children who were quietly coming apart in ways that would show themselves later. She was watching for both. Patience had retreated somewhat, not into unhappiness, not that Mercy could see, but into a kind of focused interior industry that expressed itself through the tasks she took on without being asked. She had reorganized the linen press on the second floor. She had hemmed 3 of little Eb's shirts that had needed hemming for months. She had started, without explanation, keeping her own small notebook, a thing Mercy had given her the previous winter for writing down her school lessons. And she carried it now, through the house, the way Mercy carried the account notebook, with the particular ownership of someone who is putting something important into it and is not ready to share what that something is. Mercy did not ask. Some kinds of observation required not asking. Little Eb had become, if anything, more himself. He sat near the fire and played with the small carved horse that Nathaniel had made him 2 Christmases ago, and talked to it in a voice too low to hear. A continuous quiet murmur of conversation that suggested an elaborate interior life being maintained between a 6-year-old boy and a wooden horse. Occasionally he looked up and observed the room and then went back to the horse. He had not cried once in 11 days. He had not had a tantrum. He had not even complained about the reduction in his supper portions, which Mercy had expected to be the crisis point with him. Once, 4 days ago, he had looked up from the horse and asked Mama, "Is the snow alive?" She had been at the table with the notebook. She looked at him across the room. "No," she said. "It is frozen water. It is not alive." He thought about this. Then why does it keep coming? She had not had a good answer to this. She said that weather did not need reasons to do what it did, which was true, but did not satisfy him. She could see it did not satisfy him. And he had gone back to the horse, and she had gone back to the notebook, and the question had remained in the room, uncollected, like something neither of them was ready to put away. Samuel, on the 11th morning, finished his oatmeal and went to the corner where he had set up, over the course of the past week and a half, a small private world made of things he had found around the house, a wooden box turned upside down for a table, a candle stub, 3 books he was not reading, but liked to arrange and rearrange, a piece of rope he had tied into successive knots and unknots until the rope had given up trying to be rope and had become something more like a record of his patience. He sat down in this corner, and he picked up the rope, and he looked at it. Mercy watched him. She thought he is learning something. She was not sure yet what it was. She hoped it was something he could use later, something that would serve him when the winter was over and the world opened again, and he could go outside whenever he wanted, and the thing he was learning now would be useful in ways that would not require these specific conditions to use. She was not certain enough of this to be comforted by it. In the afternoon, when the light through the upper sash was at its best, and the kitchen was as warm as it was going to get on a reduced wood budget, Abish sat down at the table with the three children. This was not something she had done before. Not as a deliberate thing. Not as a sitting down with them. She had always been in the room with them. Always present. Always working at something while they were present. But the specific act of sitting down with no task in hand was new. The children noticed. Samuel looked up from the rope. Patience came in from wherever she had been. Little Eb kept talking to the horse, but at a volume that was clearly designed to allow him to listen. Abish said, "Do you want to know about snow?" Samuel sat up. She did not ask them in the way that adults asked children questions, the way that carried the weight of a lesson coming. A point to be made and received, she asked, as someone who had something and was offering it. Take it or not. Yes, Samuel said. She told them about snow the way someone told a thing they had known for a long time, from the inside. Not the facts of snow that you would find in a book about natural philosophy, but snow as it behaved. Snow as a living landscape. Snow as something you read if you knew how to read it. She told them how the color of snow changed by time of day, and what the changes meant about what the temperature was going to do in the next few hours. She told them how the sound of snow under your feet changed when the temperature dropped below a certain point, and how you could judge the cold by the pitch of the sound before you could feel it in your hands. She told them how snowdrift shapes on the lee side of a building told you the direction and strength of the wind that had made them. She told them without performance, in the even tone she used for everything practical. The children sat very still. Mercy was in the doorway. She did not go in. She watched Abish tell her children about snow and thought about 3 years of this woman in her house. 3 years of working alongside her. 3 years of the functional language they had built together out of tasks and efficiency and the daily logistics of a farm. 3 years, and she had not known that Abish knew snow this way. She had not known because she had not asked. She had not asked because asking would have required her to approach Abish as someone who might know things she did not know. And she had not been organized that way. She had thought of their relationship as employer and employed, and the knowledge going in one direction. She stood in the doorway and listened to her children be taught about snow by a woman she had been living alongside for 3 years and had not fully seen, and she felt the particular discomfort of a person who has been corrected by a fact they had access to all along. Later, when the children were in bed, she sat at the table with the notebook and did not open it. She sat with the evening quiet and the banked fire and thought about what she had heard from the doorway. She thought about her father, who had come to Massachusetts from England before she was born, who had cleared this land and built this farm out of a landscape he had not known and had learned slowly, over years, by watching and failing and trying again. He had always told her, "This is our land. We made it ours." And she had grown up believing this, the way she believed in the solidity of the floorboards under her feet, without examination. Because it was so constant, it seemed like a fact of nature rather than a thing someone had decided. She was not sure. Sitting in the quiet kitchen on the 11th night of being buried in snow, she had not predicted and could not move. What she believed about that now. She opened the notebook. She wrote the date. She wrote the wood number and the food number and the hay number. The daily accounting she had been doing since the door stopped opening. She wrote cows holding children well. Then she wrote, in smaller letters at the bottom of the page, because she had to write it somewhere. and the notebook was the only place she put things she needed to hold. Abish knows things about this place that I do not know. She looked at that sentence. Then she closed the notebook and went to bed. She heard it in the kitchen on the morning of the 13th day. A knock, deliberate, evenly spaced, 3 times. Then a pause, then 3 times again. Not from the door, which had not opened in nearly 2 weeks, and which she had stopped thinking of as a way in or out of anything. Not from the walls, from above, from the direction of the ceiling, the direction of the roof, the direction of the 6 feet of snow that sat on top of everything she owned and everywhere she lived. She stood up from the table. The knock came again, 3 times. Deliberate. Someone was up there. She went upstairs without stopping for her coat, which was a mistake. She corrected halfway up the stairs by going back for it, because she had learned over 13 days that going outside without her coat for any reason was not a mistake she could afford. She went back up and unlatched the bedroom window and pushed it open. The cold came in immediately. The full cold of a February morning in Massachusetts, without a wall between her and it. And she leaned out into it and looked. A man was standing on the snow. He was, perhaps, 30 feet from the house, near what had been the east fence line, and he was standing upright on the surface of the snow the way you stood upright on ground, weight balanced, at ease, as if the 6 feet of packed snow beneath him were simply where the ground was now, and he had accepted this without difficulty. Under each foot was a snowshoe. She had seen snowshoes before, had seen them hanging in outbuildings around the county, had understood them as a thing that existed without having occasion to think much about them. These were larger than she had imagined. Wide ovals of bent ash wood with rawhide lacings in a pattern she could see clearly from the window. Intricate and deliberate. The pattern of something made with care and knowledge. The man was Thomas Granger. He farmed a half-mile north, and she had known him and his wife for 9 years. Had seen them at church every Sunday, and at the harvest fair every October, and at the various communal occasions that organized life in a small farming settlement. He was a quiet man, methodical, not one for conversation beyond what was needed. She had always respected him without knowing him particularly well. He was looking at the house. He had not seen her yet. She called to him through the open window. He turned. He raised a hand. Not a wave, exactly. More an acknowledgement. The gesture of a man who had hoped to find someone home and was satisfied to have done so. He walked toward the house across the snow, each step deliberate, the snowshoes distributing his weight in a way that let him move with something approaching normal efficiency. She watched him come and thought about what it meant that a man could walk across the surface of this snow and she could not. He stopped below the window. He was at eye level with her, standing on snow that put him at the height of her 2nd floor. And they talked across that distance the way neighbors talked across a fence. Conversationally, without formality. Mrs. Hale, he said. You are well. We are well, she said. The children, Abish, all of us. He nodded. He had a beard that had gotten heavier over the winter, gray at the edges, and his eyes were the clear, pale blue of a man who spent his life outdoors. I have been going around to the houses, he said, As many as I can reach. The snowshoes, she said. Yes. He looked down at them with the matter-of-fact regard of a man for a tool that worked. Learned the technique some years back. Not something I had occasion to use until now. She wanted to ask who had taught him. She could see, behind him, that the snow bore no tracks other than the oval impressions of his snowshoe, clean and evenly spaced across the white. She thought about the conversation she had heard from the doorway 2 afternoons ago. Abish's voice, and her children's silence, and the things Abish knew about snow that she did not know. The other houses, she said. What have you found? He was quiet for a moment, a man sorting what to say from what not to say. Most are managing, he said. The Pratt family lost their cow and 2 of their sheep. The Holloways are low on wood. I am going to them next. Reverend Marsh's roof took damage on the north side. He and his wife have moved to the 2 southern rooms. He paused. Mrs. Whitmore. She waited. I have not been able to get to her house, he said. The drift on the south road is deeper than anywhere I have found. I could not get through it with the shoes. He looked at her steadily. I have not seen smoke from her chimney since 2 days ago. Mercy stood at the window with this. Eleanor Whitmore was 68 years old. She had been widowed in October. Her husband gone in the same week. The harvest came in, and she had been managing alone since then with the help of a girl from the village who came 3 days a week. The girl would not have been able to get there since the snow started. The house was at the far end of the south road, half a mile past the point where Granger said he could not get through. Is there another way to reach her? Mercy asked. Through the Cabot land, he said. But that adds half a mile, and the terrain is uncertain. I will try it tomorrow if the temperature holds. He said this with the steadiness of a man who had made a decision and did not need to be talked into or out of it. I wanted you to know. She did not know what to do with what he had given her. She could not go to Eleanor Whitmore. She could not reach her, could not help her, could not do anything except stand at her second-floor window and know that a woman she had sat beside in church for 9 years might be in serious trouble half a mile away and might as well be on the other side of an ocean. She thanked him. She asked if he needed anything. He said he was all right. He said he would come by again in 2 days. He turned and walked back across the snow, the snowshoes carrying him steadily away until the tree line on the north side took him, and he was gone, leaving only the oval prints receding across the white. Abish was behind her. Mercy turned. Abish was standing in the bedroom doorway, caught on, as if she had been ready to come out the window if needed. She had heard. Mercy could see that she had heard. She may be all right, Mercy said. The fire may have gone low, and she rebuilt it since he last looked. Yes, Abish said, in the tone of someone who was not disagreeing with a possibility. They went back downstairs. Mercy sat at the table. She did not open the notebook. She sat with her hands flat on the table in front of her and thought about Eleanor Whitmore and the South Road and what Granger's face had looked like when he said he had not seen smoke from her chimney in 2 days. Samuel appeared. He had been listening from the hall. She could see from the position he took in the doorway, slightly behind the frame, the position he took when he had been in a place he was not supposed to be, and was calculating whether to announce himself or retreat. Was that someone Outside. He said, "Mr. Granger." She said, "He has been checking on the houses." On top of the snow. Samuel said, "Yes." He looked at the ceiling, in the direction of the roof, in the direction of where Granger had been standing. "With the snowshoes?" he said. "Yes." He was quiet. Then Abish said, "You can tell where the snow is hard enough to hold you by the color," he said, "a little bit blue in the right light." She said her people used to read it before they went anywhere in winter. Mercy looked at her son. "She told you that yesterday," she said. "Yes." He looked at the ceiling again. "Do we have snowshoes?" "No." He absorbed this. "Could we make them?" She looked at him. 9 years old. Asking a practical question with the practical directness of someone who had decided that practical questions were what the situation required. She thought about the bent ash frames of Granger's snowshoes, the rawhide lacings, the pattern she had seen from the window. She thought about whether they had ash wood in the house that was thin and flexible enough to bend into that curve. She thought about rawhide, and where rawhide would be in a house that had just lost its pig. "I do not know how," she said. He looked at Abish, who had come into the kitchen behind Mercy. Abish said, without inflection, as a statement of fact, "I know how." Mercy turned. Abish met her eyes. There was something in her expression that was not quite waiting and not quite offering. Something in between. The expression of a person who has known for some time that a question was coming and has decided that when it came she would answer it honestly. "The materials," Mercy said. "The ash in the woodpile. I looked at it when we went out yesterday. Some of it is young growth, thin enough for the lacing." Abish paused. "The hide from the pig. It has been sitting in the cold room. It would need soaking and cutting." Mercy stood in her kitchen and thought about the pig that had died 10 days ago. The pig she had written off as a loss. The pig that had been sitting in the cold room because there was nowhere else to put it, and no decision had been made yet about what to do with it. The pig that might become the thing that let them move through the snow. She thought about the 13 days she had been in this house, and all the things that had turned out to be something other than she had thought they were. "Can you show me?" she said. It was the third time she had asked Abish to show her something since the snow started. She was aware of the count. She did not know if Abish was keeping the same count. She thought Abish probably noticed most things. "Yes," Abish said. "It will take 2 days. Maybe 3. The wood needs to soak before it will bend without splitting. We start today," Mercy said. She went to the notebook. She turned to a page near the back and wrote snowshoes. Materials available. 2 to 3 days to make. She looked at what she had written. Then she wrote below it, in the smaller letters she used for things she was still working out, should have asked sooner. She looked at that for a moment. Then she closed the notebook and went to the cold room to look at the pig. Outside, where Granger had stood on the snow at the height of her second-floor window. His tracks were already softening in the thin morning sun, the oval impressions losing their edges, slowly becoming less the record of a man who had passed, and more just a series of shallow depressions in an otherwise unbroken white. By afternoon, they would be gone entirely. By afternoon, the snow would look as if no one had walked on it at all, as if the world up there were as empty as it appeared. She carried that with her as she worked through the rest of the morning. The way tracks disappeared, the way the snow closed over the evidence of a person and left no indication they had ever been there. She thought about Eleanor Whitmore and the South Road and the chimney with no smoke coming from it. And she thought about 13 days of living inside a house that the outside world could not see. The notebook was in the drawer. The fire was going. She started the soaking water for the ash wood. She knew it was Sunday before she opened her eyes. Not from any sound, from the absence of one. There was a particular quality to Sunday mornings in this part of Massachusetts that she had absorbed so completely over the course of her life that it had become something her body recognized before her mind did. The way her body recognized the smell of rain before she heard it on the roof. Sunday had a texture, a rhythm that was different from the other 6 days, in ways that were both practical and something more than practical. Something that organized not just the morning, but the whole shape of what a day was for. She lay in bed and felt Sunday, and then felt the absence of everything that made it Sunday. No bells. The meeting house was 3/4 of a mile down the road that no longer existed, and its bell had not rung for 2 weeks. And she had not realized until this moment, lying in the dark of a February morning, how much of her inner life had been structured around that bell without her ever deciding that it should be. It rang on Sunday morning, and she rose and dressed in her good clothes, and woke the children and walked the road with Nathaniel, and stood in the pew that had been the Hale family pew for 9 years, and sat in the specific community of people who had chosen to make their lives in the same place she had chosen to make hers. That was Sunday. That was what Sunday was. She got up. She dressed in her everyday clothes. She went downstairs and built the fire and boiled water and did the things that needed doing. And the morning organized itself around need the way it did every morning. And she let it. Because need was the most reliable organizer she had found in 2 weeks. But the absence stayed with her. The children came down and ate and dispersed to their morning occupations, which had become, over 14 days, as routinized as anything they had done before the snow. Samuel to his corner, with the rope and the books. Little Eb to the fire with the horse. Patience to wherever Patience went when she took her small notebook and disappeared for an hour. Abish was soaking the ash wood in the long trough near the back window, checking it every few hours for flexibility. The careful, patient work of someone who knew that the material would be ready when it was ready and not before. The pig hide was cut into strips and drying near the fire. The process was underway. Mercy had learned, in the past day, that making snowshoes required the same thing that most worthwhile things required: more time than you expected and more precision than you thought you were capable of. She found herself, mid-morning, sitting in the chair she sat in on Sunday mornings before the walk to the meeting house. Not deliberately. She had simply moved through the kitchen toward the table and sat down, and the chair happened to be the one she always sat in on Sunday. And she registered this only after she was in it. She sat there for a while. She thought about Reverend Marsh. She thought about the meeting house. Empty. The wooden pews in rows with no one in them. The light coming through the plain glass windows onto nothing. She thought about all the Sundays she had sat in that room and what she had gotten from them. And she tried to sort out what exactly it was she missed. Whether it was the faith itself, whether it was the community, Whether it was the structure of having one morning a week that was organized around something larger than firewood and food, and the daily arithmetic of survival, she thought it was probably all three, and she could not separate them enough to grieve them separately. Patience came in. She sat down, across from her mother, without asking if it was all right to sit there, which was new. Something in the past 2 weeks had shifted in the girl's understanding of when permission was required, and when the situation simply called for a person to sit down and be present. Mercy found she did not mind. They sat for a while without speaking. The fire, the sound of Samuel in the corner. Occasionally, the soft thump of a book being moved, the hoarse murmuring from Abish at the window with the trough, the quiet sound of water. We should have the reading, Patience said. Mercy looked at her. The Sunday reading, Patience said. We always have it at home when we cannot go. She said this as if she were reminding her mother of a fact her mother had temporarily mislaid, which was, Mercy thought, more or less what was happening. They had done it before, on the Sundays when weather or illness had kept them from the meeting house. She would read aloud from the Bible, a chapter, sometimes two, and the children would listen and ask what they asked, and the Sunday would be honored in the way a Sunday could be honored when the bells could not reach you. She got the Bible from the shelf and sat back down in the chair and opened it. She did not choose the passage with any particular deliberation. She opened to where it opened and looked at what was there. Job, chapter 38. She almost closed it and found somewhere else. She did not close it. She read, Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me, if you have understanding, who determined its measurements? Surely you know, or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy, or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst out from the womb? When I made clouds its garment, and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for it, and set bars and doors, and said, Thus far shall you come, and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stayed. She stopped. The kitchen was very quiet. Have you entered the storehouses of the snow? She read. Or have you seen the storehouses of the hail? She stopped again. She sat with that sentence. Samuel had come out of his corner. She was aware of him standing near the doorway, the rope still in his hand, listening. Little Eb had stopped talking to the horse. Abish had turned from the window. She finished the chapter. She closed the Bible. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then little Eb said, from his chair by the fire, Where does God keep the snow? The question was sincere. He was 6 years old, and he had heard the words and taken them at face value, which was its own kind of theology. I do not know, she said. He thought about this. Is it far? The Bible does not say. He looked at the window, the white lower sash, the sky in the upper sash. He must have a lot of it, he said. Patience made a sound that was almost a laugh, and then decided against it. Samuel looked at the floor. Mercy looked at her youngest child and felt something she had not felt in 14 days. Something small and sudden and warm that had no practical use whatsoever and was, for exactly that reason, the best thing she had felt in 2 weeks. Yes, she said, he must. Later, in the afternoon, When the reading was done, and the morning had become afternoon, and the light through the upper sash was going the gold color of February sun at a low angle, she thought about Reverend Marsh again. She thought about what he would have said if he had been here, in this kitchen, on this Sunday. She thought he would have said something about trial and about providence, about the hand of God in the affairs of people, about the purpose behind suffering. She was not sure she would have found it comforting. She was not sure that was his fault or hers. She had thought, before the snow started, that she had a settled relationship with Providence, that she understood roughly how it worked, that the life she was living was one that made sense within it. The snow had not shaken her faith exactly. It was more that the snow had made everything larger and simpler at the same time. And in that larger, simpler world, the language of Providence felt like something that operated at a scale she could not currently reach. Too large for a kitchen with one fewer log on the fire and a notebook full of numbers. What she had was the numbers. What she had was the ash wood soaking in the trough. What she had was her daughter saying, "We should have the reading," and her youngest child asking where God kept the snow, and the something small and warm that had come from it. She opened a notebook in the evening and wrote the date and the daily numbers. Wood, food, hay, the snowshoes, day 2 of 3. At the bottom of the page she wrote, Sunday, Nobes, read from Job. Eb asked where God keeps the snow. She looked at that last line. It was not the kind of thing she usually put in the notebook, which was for facts and numbers and conditions. But she put it in anyway, because it had happened, and because it seemed like the kind of thing that should be recorded somewhere, even if she was not sure yet what it was a record of. She closed the notebook. She went upstairs. Through the hall window she could see the night sky, clear for the first time in days. The stars, very bright and very cold. The kind of sky that meant the temperature was going to drop before morning. She stood at the window for a moment and looked at the stars and thought about Nathaniel in Boston looking at the same stars and not knowing, tonight, from the sky alone, that anything in the world was wrong. She went to bed. In the morning the temperature had dropped 8 degrees, and the ash wood in the trough was exactly as flexible as Abish had said it would be. She thought about Eleanor Whitmore every morning, not as the first thought, not before the fire and the water and the children, because the fire and the water and the children were the first thoughts, and that order was not negotiable. But after those, in the space between the morning's first tasks and the morning's second tasks, in the 5 minutes when the water was heating and the oatmeal was going, and she stood at the window looking at the white lower sash and the sky above it, she thought about Eleanor Whitmore, alone in her house at the end of the South Road, and what the mornings looked like from there. Granger had come by again on the 16th day, as he had promised, at the second-floor window. He had gotten through the Cabot land. He had reached the house. He told her this at the window, standing on his snowshoes with the flat white field behind him. And his voice was level, in the way voices were level, when the person speaking had done what needed doing and was reporting a fact and had decided not to add anything to it with his tone. He had reached the house. He had gotten in through the upper window. He had found her. She was alive. He said this clearly and without prelude. The alive. Because he understood that it was the question she was holding, and that the kindest thing was to answer it before she had to ask. Eleanor Whitmore was alive. She was cold, and she had not eaten properly in several days, and the fire had gone to coals the previous night, and she had not had the strength to build it back. And he had built it back for her, and had left her what food he could carry, and had sat with her for 2 hours before he was confident enough in her condition to leave. Mercy stood at the window in the cold air coming through it, and felt something release in her chest that she had not known she was holding. She thanked him. He nodded. He said he would go back in 3 days. When he was gone, she went downstairs and stood at the kitchen table and did not sit down for a moment. She stood there and thought about Eleanor Whitmore sitting alone by a rebuilt fire. And she thought about all the mornings she had spent in this kitchen, warm and fed and with 3 children and Abish and the accumulated resources of a prepared household. And she thought about how much of the difference between those 2 situations was luck, and how much of it was preparation, and how much of it was something she did not have a clean word for. She thought about the other people she knew in this small settlement, in the ring of farms and houses that made up the community she had lived in for 9 years. She thought about them with the specific attention she gave to things she could not do anything about, but could not stop thinking about either. She thought about the Tobias family. Robert Tobias was a man she knew in the way you knew people who moved at the edges of your daily life. Present and accounted for, but not close. He had worked for James Wells for many years. Had a wife named Celia, and 2 children around the ages of Samuel and Patience. They lived in the back portion of the Wells house, the north-facing rooms, the rooms that received the least sun and the most cold, because they were the rooms that had been assigned without anyone considering particularly carefully what it meant to spend a Massachusetts winter in the north-facing rooms of someone else's house. She knew this because she had been in the Wells house twice, years ago, and had noticed the quality of the rooms without examining her noticing too closely. She thought about those rooms now. She thought about John Fenwick, who was old and lived alone in a house that everyone in the settlement knew was poorly built, the kind of house that stood because the man who built it was stubborn and the weather had not yet made its full argument. She thought about whether the weather had made its full argument now. She went to the notebook. She opened it to a page near the back, and she wrote down the names, not as a plan. She wrote the names because writing them down was the only thing she could do with them right now. The only way she had to acknowledge that these were real people in real situations, and not just the vague anxiety of someone sitting warm in her own kitchen. Eleanor Whitmore, Robert and Celia Tobias, John Fenwick. She looked at the list. Then she wrote, "Because it was true, I cannot reach any of them." Then below that, Granger is. She sat with this. One man, on snowshoes, moving through the snow from house to house, carrying what he could carry, and checking what could be checked, and building fires that had gone low, and sitting with people for 2 hours, when 2 hours was what was needed. One man, doing the thing that was possible with the means available. She looked at the snowshoes drying near the fire. Abish had completed the frames the day before, the bent ash wood holding its curved shape now that it had dried in position, the rawhide lacings pulled tight. She had made 2 pairs, 1 pair for Mercy, 1 pair for herself. They were rough compared to Granger's, the work of someone who knew the principles and was applying them with materials that were adequate rather than ideal. But Abish had tested them in the bedroom, standing on a pile of blankets to approximate the give of snow. And they held 2 more days, Abish had said, for the lacings to finish drying and the frames to fully set. Mercy looked at the list of names in the notebook. She thought 2 more days. She closed the notebook and went to find Abish. Abish was at the fire, doing the final work on the second pair of snowshoes, pulling the last lacings through and knotting them with the precise economy of someone who had done this before and knew what the finished product needed to be. "How long?" Mercy said, honestly. Abish looked at the snowshoe in her hands. She turned it, checking the frame, pulling at the lacings. "Tomorrow evening," she said. "If I finish today and they dry overnight, not 2 days." "No," Abish looked at her. "I thought I should give extra time in case something needed to be redone." Mercy nodded. She stood there for a moment. "There are people I am worried about," she said. Abish said nothing, but she was listening in the way she listened when she intended to continue listening. "Granger is doing what he can," Mercy said, "but there are houses he has not gotten to, or has only gotten to once. And he is one person." "Yes," Abish said. "When the snowshoes are ready," Mercy said. She stopped. Abish waited. "I want to go to Eleanor Whitmore's house," Mercy said. "The old widow on the south road." Granger reached her, but she is alone, and she has been without heat and food, and she is 68. Abish nodded slowly. "Not as agreement, exactly. As acknowledgement. It is 1/2 mile in snow this deep," Mercy said. "I do not know how long it takes on snowshoes." "Longer than you think," Abish said. "The first time, longer than you think. Will you come?" The question sat between them for a moment. Mercy was aware, asking it, that she was asking something more than logistical assistance. She was asking Abish to go out into a landscape that Mercy herself had never successfully navigated, using equipment that Abish had made and that Mercy was only beginning to understand, to help a woman that Abish had no particular relationship with, for reasons that were Mercy's reasons and not necessarily hers. Abish set the snowshoe down. "Yes," she said. Mercy looked at her. "You did not think about it long." "I thought about it while you were talking," Abish said. Mercy accepted this. She went back to the notebook and added to the list of names, "Go when shoes are ready. Tomorrow evening, if dry. Morning after, if not." She looked at the list one more time. These were the people the snow had found first. Not first to be buried. Not first to suffer the closed roads and the arithmetic of diminishing supplies. Everyone was buried. Everyone was doing the arithmetic. But some people had done their arithmetic with smaller numbers to start with, and the snow had found them the way cold found the thinnest wall, the way wind found the gap in the mortar, the way any force found the place where resistance was least. She thought about the north-facing rooms of the Wells house. She thought about what it meant to live in a community, which was a word she had used her whole life without examining it as carefully as she was examining it now. What the word required, what it cost, what it meant when the roads were open, and what it meant when the roads were not. She closed the notebook. She went to help Abish with the last of the lacings. Outside, The snow held everything under it, the way it had held everything for 17 days. Patient and white, and without any particular interest in what the people inside the farmhouses were deciding. The sun was thin and low, and it moved across the sky in the abbreviated arc of a February sun, and it went down early, and the cold came back with the dark, as it always did. But the snowshoes were almost done. And in the morning, if the lacings held and the frames had set, Mercy Hale was going to walk out the second-floor window and across the snow to the south road, and she was going to find out what the snow had done to the people it had found first. And she was going to do what she could with what she had, which was what she had been doing for 17 days, and which was, she had come to understand, the only thing anyone could do. The lacings dried overnight. The frames set. In the morning they were ready. She woke before Mercy. This was not unusual. She had been waking before Mercy for 3 years. Had been the first person in the kitchen every morning since she came to work for the Hale family in the autumn of 1714. And in 3 years, she had not once found Mercy already at the fire when she came down. She did not know if Mercy knew this. She had never said it. It was simply how the mornings went. This morning she dressed in the dark, the way she dressed every morning. By feel, and by the particular knowledge of where things were that came from living in a space long enough that the space became part of you. And she went downstairs and built the fire and put the water on and stood at the kitchen window in the early dark before anyone else was awake. The snowshoes were by the door. She looked at them for a moment. They were rougher than what she would have made, with better materials and more time. Rougher than what she had seen her uncle make when she was a child. The frames not as uniformly curved, the lacings not as evenly spaced, but they would hold. She had tested them enough times to know they would hold. She looked away from the snowshoes and looked out the window. The sky was doing what it did in the hour before first light, separating itself from the land. The black becoming dark blue, becoming the color that had no good name, the color that was the absence of night before it became the presence of morning. She could see the snow in it, the flat white surface that had been the yard and the field beyond the yard. And she read the surface the way she always read it in the morning, checking without naming what she was checking. The crust was good. The temperature had held overnight. They would be able to move across it. She turned from the window and began the bread. She did not think about the journey to Eleanor Whitmore's house in the way that Mercy thought about it, which was as a plan with components and contingencies, a thing to be considered from all angles before being executed. She thought about it the way she thought about most practical things, which was in terms of what the body would need to do and what the terrain would require and what could go wrong and what you did if it did. Not worry. Assessment. The south road was 1/2 mile. In snow this deep, on snowshoes, she had made herself from materials that were adequate rather than ideal. 1/2 mile would take longer than 1/2 mile had any right to take. She had told Mercy longer than you think, and she had meant it. She had walked on snowshoes in snow deeper than this. Years ago, before she came to work for the Hale family, in a winter that she still measured other winters against. She did not talk about that winter. She did not talk about most of the years before she came here. Not because there was nothing to say, but because no one had asked in a way that suggested they wanted to hear what there was to say. And she had learned long before she was old enough to have learned it, that there was a difference between someone who asked about your life and someone who asked about the part of your life that was relevant to them. The bread dough came together under her hands. She shaped it without thinking about it. Her hands knew bread the way they knew the snowshoes. From the inside, she thought about Mercy saying, "Will you come?" and not taking a long time to say yes. She had thought about it while Mercy was talking, which was what she had said and which was true. She had thought about Eleanor Whitmore, whom she knew by sight and by name, the way she knew most of the people in this settlement, as a face connected to a place, a regular presence at the meeting house on Sundays. She had thought about what Mercy had described, an old woman, alone, a fire gone low, 2 weeks without the people and supplies that kept her days orderly. She had thought about this, and she had said yes. What she had not said, because Mercy had not asked, and because the distinction would not have been useful, was that she was saying yes, for reasons that were partly the reasons Mercy assumed, and partly reasons that were her own. She set the bread to rise and went to check on the snowshoes again. She picked up the pair she had made for herself and turned them in her hands, checking each lacing junction, the way her uncle had taught her to check them, pulling each knot, feeling for any give that should not be there. The frames were set. The lacings were tight. They were not the best snowshoes she had ever seen, but they were honest work, and they would do what they needed to do. She thought about her uncle. He had died in 1709, in the winter after the year that the English called the Great Sickness, which her people called by a different name that meant something closer to the winter that took everything it touched. He had been the person in her family who knew the most about snow and cold and the specific skills of winter travel. And he had taught her what he knew in the way the knowledge had always been passed. By doing it alongside her, and letting her fail, and correcting the failures without drama, and doing it again. She had been 14 when he died, old enough to have learned most of what he had to teach, not old enough, at the time, to understand how much of what he was teaching her she would need. She set the snowshoes back by the door. She thought about the settlement around her, the houses she could see from the upper window on clear mornings, the smoke from the chimneys, the regular signs of people managing their lives in the particular way of this particular place. She had been here 3 years, and she knew the settlement the way you knew something you had studied carefully, for your own reasons rather than the reasons someone else assigned to you. She knew which families were prosperous and which were not. She knew which houses were well built and which were not. She knew who had put by enough for a winter like this one, and who had not, and what had determined the difference. She knew things about this landscape that none of the families in it knew, because the landscape had been known differently before they arrived, and some of that knowing had come down to her, and was still in her, even though it had nowhere particularly to go. She knew the South Road was low ground, and that low ground collected cold the way a bowl collected water. She knew the large maple at the bend of the South Road lost its snow first on the north side, which told you something about the air movement in that part of the valley. She knew where the ground under the snow was likely to be uneven, where the old field boundaries ran that had been erased by the snow but were still there under it, still capable of turning an ankle if you stepped into one. She had not told Mercy these things, not because she was withholding them, because no one had asked, and she had not had occasion to offer them. and offering knowledge that had not been asked for was a way of positioning yourself as someone with something to teach, and she had not been certain, for most of 3 years, that she was in a position to do that. She had told the children about snow. She had sat down with them and told them what she knew because they were children and they had asked, and children were different. With children, the knowing went one way, and that was fine. With adults, it was more complicated. Mercy had asked, "Will you show me?" First about the fire, and then about the snowshoes. She had asked in a way that meant something was shifting in how she understood what Abish had that was worth asking about. Abish had noticed this shift and had been watching it develop without putting a name to it. The way you watched weather, to see what it became before you decided how to respond to it. She heard Mercy on the stairs. Mercy came into the kitchen and looked at the fire, which was going well, and at the bread, which was rising, and at Abish, and then at the snowshoes by the door. "You already checked them," Mercy said. It was not a question. "Yes," Abish said. "And they are ready." Mercy looked at them for a moment with the look she had when she was making a final check on something she had already decided. Then she looked at Abish. "After breakfast," she said. "We go after breakfast." "Yes," Abish said. They did not discuss it further. The morning went on. The children came down. The bread came out of the oven. The oatmeal was made and eaten, and the bowls washed and set aside. Mercy explained to Patience that she and Abish were going out, that they would be gone perhaps 2 hours, that Patience was in charge of the house the way she had been in charge of smaller things over the past 2 weeks, which was completely and without panic. Patience received this with the particular gravity of someone who had been waiting to be trusted with it. Samuel wanted to come. Mercy said no, and said why. And Samuel received the why with less argument than Abish had expected, which told her something about what 17 days inside had done to the shape of his understanding. Little Eb said nothing. He watched his mother put on her coat and then looked at Abish and said, "Come back." "Yes," Abish said. They went up to the bedroom and out the window. The cold came at them with the full weight of a February morning in the open, without walls to soften it. And Abish felt it the way she always felt, open-air cold, as information first and sensation second. The temperature was perhaps 10 degrees below what it had been on the warmest recent day. The crust was good, as she had assessed from the window. The sky was clear. She put on the snowshoes and helped Mercy with hers. Mercy stood on the snow for the first time since the snow had reached this depth and looked at the world from the height it put her at. Abish watched her take it in, watched her face do what faces did when the scale of something became real in a way that, knowing about it, had not prepared you for. The farm below her, the house as a set of upper walls and a roof, the fields as an unbroken white plain. Mercy did not say anything. She looked for a long moment, and then she looked at Abish. "Show me how to walk," she said. Abish showed her. The width of step, the way you lifted the foot enough to clear the frame of the other shoe, the pace that was sustainable over distance. She showed her once and then walked beside her while Mercy tried it. And Mercy fell once. A slow, sideways collapse into the snow that was more undignified than dangerous, and got up without comment and tried again. By the time they reached the tree line at the south edge of the property, she was moving with something approaching efficiency. They entered the South Road, which was not a road anymore but a depression between higher snow on either side. A general direction, more than a route. Abish walked slightly ahead, not because she was the guide, not formally, not in any way that had been stated, but she knew the ground under the snow, and Mercy did not. And knowing the ground under the snow was the difference between a journey that was hard and a journey that ended in someone's ankle, turning in an old field boundary 6 inches below the surface. She walked, and she read the snow, and she adjusted their path by small degrees when adjustment was needed. And she did not explain any of this because it did not need explaining. It needed doing. The maple at the bend had lost its snow on the north side. She felt the air change as they passed it. The slight shift that told her what she had expected about this part of the valley. She filed it away. They did not talk much on the way. Their breath came in visible clouds, and the cold was the kind of cold that made talking expensive. What they said was practical. "Watch here," Abish said at one point, steering them around a place where the ground under the snow was uneven. Mercy said nothing, just adjusted her steps. This was another thing that had shifted in the past 2 weeks. Mercy had learned when a word was needed and when an action was what the moment required. They had gone perhaps 3/4 of the way to Eleanor Whitmore's house when the crust gave way under Mercy's right foot. Not slowly, without warning, the way crusted snow gave way when the temperature or the angle was wrong. A surface that had been holding weight one moment and was not holding it the next. Mercy's right snowshoe broke through, and then her left, and she went down to her hips in the snow before Abish caught her arm. And for a moment they were both in it. Abish's snowshoes holding on the harder crust to the left, while Mercy was sunk to her waist on the right. And the cold of the snow came through Mercy's coat immediately. The specific cold of packed snow against your body, the cold that had purpose and direction. Abish held her arm and did not pull. Pulling was wrong. Abish knew, because pulling created a seal between the body and the snow and made it harder to lift out. She said, "Move your feet, side to side." Small movements. Mercy moved her feet. Her face was very still in the way. Faces were still when a person was frightened and had decided not to be frightened because being frightened was not useful. "Keep moving them," Abish said. "You are loosening it." Mercy moved her feet. The snow around her legs loosened, fractionally, and Abish shifted her weight on the holding crust and pulled steadily, and Mercy came up, slowly, the way things came up from snow that did not want to release them. And then she was out, on the surface, both snowshoes down, breathing hard. They stood there for a moment. "Are you hurt?" Abish said. "No," Mercy said. "Your feet?" Mercy tested her weight on each foot in turn. "Fine," she said. "Both fine." Abish looked at the hole in the crust where Mercy had gone through. She read the surface around it, checked the path ahead, adjusted their route by 10 feet to the left, where the crust looked harder. "This way," she said. Mercy followed without speaking. They did not speak about what had happened. There was nothing to say about it that the incident had not already said. Abish had known the crust could give, and she had been watching for it, and she had still not caught it in time to prevent it. Which was the nature of crusted snow on a cloudy day when the temperature was near the edge. You watched, and you did not always see it in time. That was what the snow was. The house came into view from the top of the small rise just before the road curved into Eleanor Whitmore's property. Visible, primarily as a roof emerging from the white, a chimney. From the chimney smoke, thin, not a generous fire, but smoke. Mercy stopped when she saw it. She stood on the snow for a moment and looked at it, and Abish looked at her face and saw the specific quality of relief that came after sustained worry. The body releasing something it had been holding at cost. "She has a fire," Mercy said. "Yes," Abish said. They went down to the house. She started writing to Nathaniel on the 20th day. Not because she expected the letter to reach him. The roads were still impassable. The post rider had not come through since before the snow started, and Boston was 3 days of travel in good conditions. She started writing because she had been carrying on a conversation with him in her head since the morning the door would not open. A continuous interior dialogue in which she told him things, and he responded in the way she had come to expect him to respond after 20 years. And the conversation had grown long enough that it needed somewhere to go other than the inside of her head. She wrote in the evening. After the children were in bed and the daily accounting was done, she used the back section of the notebook, a fresh page, separate from the numbers, written smaller because she did not know how many pages she had, and she wanted to say what she needed to say without rationing the words. She wrote, "The pig is gone. We lost it on the 9th day. The cows are holding. I have reduced the wood by 1/3 from the original rate, using a method Abish showed me, and we have enough if the roads open by mid-March. The children are well. Patience has become someone I did not entirely expect, capable in ways I was not watching for. Samuel has stopped asking to go outside, which I think means something, though I am not certain what. Eb asked where God keeps the snow, and I did not have a good answer." She wrote, "I am not frightened in the way I expected to be frightened. There is too much to do for the kind of fear that undoes you. The fear I have is useful. It tells me where to look and what to count and when to worry and when to act. I did not know before this winter that there were 2 kinds of fear, the useful kind and the other kind, and that what determined which one you had was mostly whether there was work in front of you. There has always been work in front of me." She wrote, "Granger has been going around the settlement on snowshoes, checking houses. Eleanor Whitmore came close to serious trouble. Abish and I went to her on the 18th day. We spent 2 hours there. She is all right now, or as all right as she is likely to be until the roads open. Abish made the snowshoes. I did not know she knew how to do this until the 13th day, which tells you something about how long a person can work alongside another person without knowing what that person knows." She stopped writing for a moment. She sat with that sentence. She wrote, "I have been trying to understand what I know about this place and what I only thought I knew. The difference is larger than I expected. I know it the way a person knows a room they have moved through in the dark so many times that they have stopped needing the light. I know where the furniture is. I know the distance from the door to the fire. I thought this was the same as knowing the room. I am not certain anymore." She wrote, "Abish knew the snow was going to continue when I did not know. She knew how to burn wood to last longer. She knew how to make snowshoes from what we had. She knew the ground under the snow on the south road well enough to steer around the places where it was uneven. And when I went through the crust, she knew how to get me out. I do not know how she knows these things, in the sense that I did not know there were these things to know. This layer of the place that sits underneath the layer I have been living in. I have been living in one layer of this place, while someone else in my own house has been living in another. And the snow put us in a room together, and I started seeing it. She looked at what she had written. Then she wrote, "I will have things to tell you when you are home, that I am not sure I will know how to say. The letter is practice. I am practicing saying things I do not usually say. I am not sure if this is a change, or just what happens when there is nothing to do in the evenings but think and write and listen to the fire." She paused. She wrote, "I think it may be a change." She folded the letter, but did not seal it. There might be more. She had learned over 20 years of marriage that the things she most needed to say to Nathaniel were the things that came not all at once, but in installments, one piece of it visible at a time. And she had learned to wait for the pieces rather than force the whole. She put the folded pages in the drawer beside the notebook. Across town, or across the distance, that the closed roads had turned into something larger than town. There was a man sitting in a room in Boston who did not know any of this was happening. He did not know about the pig, or the snowshoes, or the wood stacking method, or the journey on the 18th day to Eleanor Whitmore's house. He did not know that his daughter had become someone different than she had been when he left, or that his youngest son had asked where God kept the snow, or that his wife was writing him a letter at the kitchen table in the evenings that she had not yet sealed because she was still finding out what it needed to say. He was waiting, as best she could imagine it, in the way that people waited when they had no information and no way to get any, which was either with faith or with worry, or with some combination of the two that was almost indistinguishable from the outside. She hoped it was faith. She thought it probably was. Knowing him, Patience came and sat with her that evening. She had been doing this more often in the past week, sitting with her mother in the evenings the way she had not sat before the snow, not talking necessarily, just being in the room, in the chair across the table, sometimes with her own small notebook and sometimes without. Present in a way that Mercy was starting to understand was its own form of conversation. Tonight Patience had the small notebook. She was writing in it with the same careful attention Mercy gave the account notebook, the same sense of something being put down that mattered and needed to be right. "What are you writing?" Mercy asked. Patience looked up. She considered whether to answer and how much of the answer to give. Mercy recognized this consideration because she did it herself and had not known until recently that she had passed it on. "The things that happened," Patience said, "in order. So I remember them right." Mercy looked at her daughter. "Which things?" she said. "All of them," Patience said. "Starting from the day you said you did not know how long the snow would last?" Mercy sat with that. Starting from that day. Her daughter had been keeping a record since the day Mercy had stopped giving the comfortable answer and started giving the true one. "Can I read it?" she said. Patience thought about it. "Not yet," she said. "When it is done." "All right," Mercy said. They sat in the evening quiet. The fire, the snow outside, doing nothing in particular. Just being there. which was what it did. Mercy reached into the drawer and took out the folded letter. She looked at it. A single page of what she had needed to say to someone who was not here to hear it. She would seal it when she was done. She would send it when the roads opened, and Nathaniel would read it. And some of what was in it would already be out of date by then. The situation resolved or changed. And some of it would not be out of date because some of what was in it was not really about the snow. She put it back in the drawer. She looked at Patience across the table. Her daughter's head bent over her small notebook. The careful letters going down the page, in the light of the single candle. 2 people at a table in a buried house, writing down what had happened so they would remember it right. Outside, the snow held everything under it, as it had held everything for 20 days, as it would hold everything for some days more. The candle burned. They wrote, Granger came by on the 22nd day with wood from the Holloway farm, 2 bundles of it strapped across his back, and a folded piece of paper in his coat pocket that he had picked up at the Greer store on his way through the village. He passed the wood through the 2nd floor window first. 3 trips, the bundles unwrapped and the logs handed in one at a time, while Mercy and Abish stacked them in the bedroom. Then he stood at the window with his breath coming in white clouds and told her what he knew about the settlement. Eleanor Whitmore was holding. He had been to her 4 times now, and each time she was a little better. The boy from the neighboring farm, coming regularly with what he could carry. John Fenwick had lost part of his east wall in the last cold snap and had moved to the Greer barn, sleeping in the hay above the cattle, which Granger said with a look that contained no opinion about this arrangement, only the fact of it. The Pratt family had lost another cow. The Holloways had enough wood now for 2 more weeks. The Tobias family, Mercy said. Granger looked at her over the window frame. I have been to the Wells house twice, he said. The main house is managing well enough. The north rooms, he paused, are colder than they should be. How cold? Mercy said. Cold enough? He said. Wells is not a bad man. He has not thought carefully about the north rooms in winter. Mercy looked at him. I spoke to him, Granger said, about the wood allocation. He listened, and he said he would adjust it. Granger looked at his snowshoes, at the snow, at something in the middle distance. I will go back tomorrow to see if he did. After he left, Mercy went to the notebook and wrote the name Tobias beside the names she had written 2 weeks ago, with a question mark after it. And then she looked at the question mark for a while before she closed the notebook. It was later, when she was clearing the window ledge where Granger had rested his elbows, that she found the paper he had left there. He had set it down while he arranged the last bundle of wood and had not picked it up again, or had not picked it up deliberately. She was not sure which. She unfolded it. It was a pamphlet, printed in Boston. She could see from the heading, by the press that did most of the minister's writing, a few paragraphs, dense with the kind of language she associated with the pulpit on the difficult Sundays. The Sundays when something large had happened and the congregation needed. It explained in terms that reached beyond the merely human. She read it at the window. The author did not give his name on this pamphlet, but the voice was one she recognized. The particular cadence of Cotton Mather, who had been writing about New England and its relationship with God for as long as Mercy could remember. whose pamphlets had been in her father's house when she was growing up, and in her own house since her marriage. She had read him before. She had found him, depending on the pamphlet and the day, either clarifying or exhausting or both. He had written about the snow. He wrote that the snow was, in his considered judgment, a communication, not a random event, not a consequence of cold air meeting warm in the upper atmosphere, which was what the natural philosophers were beginning to say with increasing confidence. A communication. God spoke in weather the way he spoke in Scripture, and in the events of history and in the circumstances of individual lives. And a man who paid attention and who had the training to interpret what he heard could read the message. The message, as Mather understood it from this distance, was this: New England had grown comfortable. The settlers who had come to this place with fire in their faith and purpose in their labor had produced children and grandchildren who took the land for granted, who attended church from habit rather than conviction, who had allowed prosperity to soften what hardship had made strong. The snow was a reminder. It was winter used as argument. God was saying, look at how thin this is. Look at how quickly the roads close and the warmth goes, and the certainty you have built dissolves back into the wilderness you thought you had tamed. Mercy stood at the window and read this. She read it through once, then went back and read it again more slowly. The way she read things, she was trying to be fair to. He was not wrong. Exactly. Or rather, she could see that from where he stood, in a warm study in Boston with a full library and 30 years of theological certainty behind him, this was the thing that the snow looked like. A message, a correction, a winter used as argument. What she could not find in his language, searching for it as she read, was the arithmetic. He did not write about the pig. He did not write about 17 days of wood that had become 25 because of a fire stacking method that a woman had learned from a woman who had learned it from a woman in a line that went back further than the English settlement of Massachusetts. He did not write about the snowshoes made from ash wood and pig hide, or the journey on the 18th day to the South Road, or the specific cold of packed snow against your body when the crust gave way on a cloudy afternoon and someone who knew what she was doing told you to move your feet in small circles. He did not write about the north rooms of the Wells house. He did not write about Eleanor Whitmore's fire gone to coals, or the sound of the roof on the worst nights, or a 6-year-old boy asking where God kept the snow. He did not write about the notebook in the kitchen drawer, or the letter in the back of it that she had not sealed yet because she was still finding out what it needed to say. These were not the things he was writing about. She understood that. She was not angry at him for not writing about them. He was writing about the meaning of the snow, and meaning operated at a level above the individual, at the level of the community and the covenant and the relationship between God and New England as a collective project. That was his work. It was real work, and it took real skill. She just noticed what it left out. She folded the pamphlet and set it on the table. She sat down and opened the notebook to the daily accounting page and looked at the numbers she had written that morning. Wood 9 days at current rate. Food considerably longer than that. Hay 3 bales. Enough for perhaps 5 days if she stretched it with rye straw. She looked at 9 days of wood and thought about what 9 days meant in terms of when the roads needed to open and what happened if they did not open by then. Then she looked at the pamphlet. Then she looked back at the notebook. 2 languages for the same winter. One of them talked about what the winter meant. One of them talked about what the winter required. She had been living inside the second language for 3 weeks, and she had not had a moment to think about the first. And sitting here now, with both of them on the table in front of her, she found that she did not know how to hold them at the same time. They did not seem to be describing the same event. She thought perhaps they are not. Perhaps the winter of 1717 looked like a communication from God. If you were in a warm study in Boston, with enough wood and enough food and 30 years of theology to bring to bear on it. And it looked like 9 days of remaining fuel if you were at a kitchen table in Northampton with a notebook and a list of conditions and a daughter keeping a record of what actually happened so she would remember it right. Perhaps both things were true. She was not certain enough about this to write it down. She put the pamphlet in the drawer with the letter and the notebook, and she went to start dinner. And the questions stayed with her, the way questions stayed with her when they were too large for the space she had available for them. Sitting at the edges of the things she was doing and waiting for a time when there was more room. She did not know when that time would be. Outside the window, the snow did what it had been doing for 3 weeks, which was nothing, which was simply be there, which was the most powerful thing it had done all winter. The storms were over and the snow was still there. She had known this would be true. She had told Samuel on the morning after the 4th storm ended, the storms are done. The rest takes longer. She had meant it and she had believed it. But believing it and living into it were different. And in the days after the 4th storm, she felt, for the first time in the month, something close to what she might have called despair, if she had been willing to call it that. She called it impatience. She called it the difficulty of the slow part after the acute part. She called it the arithmetic of an inch a day against the 6 feet that remained. An inch a day was what she had. Roughly, when the sun was out and the temperature climbed above freezing in the afternoons, which it did not do every day. On the days when the temperature stayed below freezing from morning to night, the snow did not drop at all. It sat, patient, inert, indifferent to what was happening inside the houses it had buried, without any interest in the notebooks or the letters or the hay calculations or the 9 days of remaining wood. 9 days of wood. She looked at that number every morning. She had reduced the fire again. The 3rd reduction. This one small enough that she was not certain the children felt it, though she thought Patience probably did. The bedroom where they kept the wood supply had grown noticeably colder over the past week as the pile shrank. She moved the children to the kitchen at night. All 3 of them, laying blankets near the fire where the warmth was most concentrated. And they slept there without complaint in the way that children slept wherever they were put when they were tired enough, which, after 3 weeks of confinement, they almost always were. The cows were her greatest concern. She had been managing them on less than they needed for 3 weeks now, supplementing the hay with rye straw from the loft and with what she could find in the barn that was edible. And they had come through the storms, but they had come through them as lesser animals than they had gone in. Thinner, eyes duller, the particular endurance of cattle that had been sustained insufficiently. They would recover. She believed this. But they needed more than she could give them until the road opened. And the road would open when it opened, and not before. She wrote in the notebook, cows, declining but stable. Must reach feed supply within 2 weeks, or health risk increases. She looked at 2 weeks. Then she looked at the snow outside the window and at the angle of the February sun. And she did the calculation, and the calculation said 2 weeks was possible if the temperature held above freezing in the afternoons. She wrote both conditions down. On the 25th day, 6 days after the fourth storm ended, Granger came to the window for what he said might be his last visit for a while. He stood on the snow at the level of her second floor, and he was thinner than he had been when he first appeared at this window 12 days ago. She had not noticed this on the intermediate visits, but she noticed it now. His coat fit differently. His face had the particular sharpness of a man who had been expending more than he had been taking in. "You should eat more," she said. He looked at her with the look he had when he had decided not to take offense at something. "I am fine," he said. "You are thinner than you were." "Everyone is thinner than they were," he said, which was true and was not the same as fine, but she let it go. He told her what he knew. The Holloway family's wood situation had resolved. A neighbor had gotten through to them with a sledge 2 days ago when the crust was hard enough to support the runners. John Fenwick was still in the Greer barn and seemed to have settled into it. Eleanor Whitmore was well enough. The Tobias family Wells had adjusted the wood allocation to the north rooms as he had said he would. It was still less than Granger thought was right, but it was better than it had been. He said this with his usual absence of editorializing. As a fact, and Mercy heard what was under the fact, which was that better was not the same as enough, and Granger knew it, and she knew it, and Wells apparently did not know it, or had decided not to know it. And there was only so much one man on snowshoes could do about that. "I am going to try to get further south tomorrow," Granger said. "There are 2 farms I have not been able to reach. The drifts on the south road past the Whitmore house. Is it safe?" she said. He looked at the snowshoes on his feet. "Safer than it was," he said. After he left, she stood at the window for a while. She thought about a man going out every morning for 2 weeks into 6 feet of snow to check on the people his community contained, doing it on snowshoes that he had learned to use from someone who had not found it necessary to explain where the knowledge came from, carrying what he could carry and rebuilding fires that had gone low and sitting with people for 2 hours when 2 hours was what was needed. She thought, this is also what a community is. Not just the word. The going out. The 2 hours. She went downstairs. The children were in the kitchen, the space they had organized themselves into over the past weeks. Each of them in the position they had come to occupy, the way furniture occupied positions in a room. Samuel in his corner with the rope that had become a project she did not fully understand. Little Eb at the fire with the horse. Patience at the table with her notebook. Mercy sat down across from Patience. "How is it going?" she said. Patience looked up. She knew what her mother was asking about. "I am up to the 14th day," she said. "What happened on the 14th day?" Patience looked at her notebook. "You went to get wood in the morning, and when you came back in through the window, your coat had snow all the way up the back," she said. "And you did not mention it for the rest of the day, but you knew it was there." Mercy looked at her daughter. She had known the snow was on her coat. She had decided not to mention it because mentioning it would have required a response from the children, and the children did not need one more thing to respond to that day. She had thought no one noticed. She had been wrong about that. You are writing the things I thought no one saw, she said. Patience considered this. I am writing what happened, she said. All of it is what happened. Mercy sat with that. She opened her own notebook to the daily accounting page and looked at the numbers she had already looked at twice this morning. Wood 8 days now. 1 fewer than yesterday. The subtraction that happened, whether she looked at it or not. She closed the notebook without writing anything new. She opened it again and turned to the back section, the section with the letter in it. And she wrote one more line. The storms have been over for 6 days. The snow is still here. 8 days of wood. She looked at those 3 sentences side by side. A fact, and a number. That was what she had. That was what the days were made of. These long, flat days after the storms. When the crisis was not acute enough to require the kind of attention the storms had required, but was not resolved enough to release you from the counting. She thought this might be the hardest part, not the storms, which had required everything she had, and in requiring everything, had left no room for anything but the requiring. This part, the after part, the slow arithmetic of decline, and the waiting for something that would happen when it happened, and not before. Little Eb looked up from the horse. Mama, he said. Yes, she said. When is the snow going to leave? She looked at her youngest child. His face was the face of a child who was asking a real question. Not a complaint disguised as a question. Not a negotiation. Just a genuine inquiry about the state of the world from someone who had been waiting for the answer for a long time. Soon, she said. He looked at her with the assessing look he had. The look she had always thought was too old for his face, and that this winter had made older still. How soon? He said. I am not certain, she said, but soon. He looked at her for another moment, deciding whether this was enough. Then he went back to the horse. She looked at the notebook. She looked at the window. She thought about the night she lay in bed in the early days of the snow and heard the world getting quieter and understood before she was ready to understand what the quiet meant. She had thought, in those first days, that the hardest thing would be the knowing that the door would not open. It was not the hardest thing. The hardest thing was this. The door was not open yet, and would not be open yet, and there was nothing to do about that except continue. And continuing required a quality of patience that was different from the patience of the storms. More sustained, less acute, the patience of someone sitting with a fire that was burning lower and lower, and knowing that the wood to rebuild it was somewhere outside, and that outside was still not a place they could get to yet. She was good at this kind of patience. She had not known that before this winter. She had not known a number of things before this winter. She got up and went to the cellar with the lamp and counted what was there. The way she counted it every few days. The way she had been counting it for a month, touching each thing and knowing without writing it down where they stood. The numbers were the same as they had been 2 days ago. Of course they were. The numbers changed only when something was used or found or lost. And none of those things had happened since 2 days ago. She came back up. She started dinner. The day went on the way. The days went on now. Slowly and in the warmth that 8 remaining days of wood could provide. Which was enough and was not comfortable. And outside, the snow went on doing what it had been doing for a month, which was being there. which was the only thing it had ever needed to do to change everything inside the houses it had covered. But on the 26th day, the temperature reached 40 degrees in the afternoon for the first time since the snow began. She stood at the upper window and watched a thin line of water appear along the bottom edge of the barn roof. A dark, wet line where the packed snow at the eave was releasing, slowly, one water molecule at a time, back into a form that moved. She watched it for a long time. Then she went to the notebook and wrote, 26th day, temperature above freezing in the afternoon, barn roof dripping. She looked at what she had written. Then she wrote, below it, we will see what tomorrow brings. She did not write that it was almost over. She had learned, over the past month, that almost was a word that required conditions. And she had learned to write the conditions before she wrote the conclusion they pointed toward. The condition was, if the temperature held above freezing in the afternoons, the snow would drop at a rate that mattered. If it dropped at that rate, the roads would open in some number of days she could estimate, but could not guarantee. She wrote the condition. She wrote the estimate. She closed the notebook. She called the children in for dinner, and the kitchen was warm, and the food was enough, and outside the barn roof was still dripping in the dark, one water molecule at a time. The snow giving back what it had taken in. The only way snow knew how to give anything back, which was slowly and without apology, and exactly on its own schedule. The door opened on the 31st day. Not easily, not the way it had opened every morning for 9 years. With one hand and no thought, Mercy and Abish dug for 2 hours first, starting from the bedroom window and working down the outside of the front wall, moving snow away from the door in armfuls until they had cleared enough that the door could swing outward without hitting the packed wall of it. The snow they moved was heavy, wetter than it had been at the height of the storms, the wet of snow that had been compacted by its own weight for a month and was beginning, very slowly, to think about becoming water. When the door finally swung open, Mercy stood in the frame and looked out. She had been imagining this moment for 31 days. Not obsessively, not as the only thought, but it had been there underneath the daily accounting. The specific anticipation of the door opening, of stepping out the front of her own house, the way she had stepped out every morning of her adult life. What she saw was not what she had been imagining. The yard was a bowl. The snow had settled over the past weeks into the particular topography of accumulated weight and slow compression, and what had been flat was now slightly concave. The center lower than the edges, the whole of it still white, but a different white than it had been, duller, grainier, the white of something that had been white for a long time and was tired of it. The woodpile was a low mound. The fence posts were visible now, the tops of them, 4 or 5 inches above the snow line. The barn roof was fully visible, and the east face of the barn and the upper half of the barn door. The apple tree at the edge of the property was the apple tree, bare branches against the sky. The snow in the branches nearly gone. She stepped out onto the snow. It held her without snowshoes. The surface had crusted hard over the past week, hardened by the cold nights following the storm, and she walked out into the yard the way she would have walked in late winter, the snow firm beneath her, bearing her weight with only the faintest give. She walked to the middle of the yard and stood there. The air was cold, but not the cold of the storms. Not the cold that had purpose and direction, that arrived from a particular quarter and intended something. This was the cold of late winter, passive, the cold of a season that had done its worst and was now simply persisting, the way a fire persisted after the large logs had burned down. On heat alone, without flame, she stood there and let herself be outside. She was not sure how long she stood there. Long enough for the cold to work through her coat. Long enough for the particular feeling to complete itself. Whatever it was. The feeling of space after 31 days of walls and the same view through the same windows from the same positions. Then she turned and looked at her house. She had looked at her house from the outside many times, had stood in this yard on ordinary mornings and glanced at it without looking, the way you did not look at things that were always there. Now she looked. The house was smaller than she had been carrying it in her mind for a month, not smaller than it was before the snow, smaller than it had become during the snow, when it was the entire world, when every cubic foot of it was mapped in her body and every sound it made was information. From out here, it was a frame house, a salbox, 2 stories, a chimney, a door. Ordinary, the kind of house you could pass on a road and not remember. She had lived inside that house for 31 days without leaving it, and she had learned things inside it that she could not have learned from outside it. And now she was outside it, and it looked like a house. She went back in. The children were in the kitchen. She told them they could go out if they stayed in the yard. Samuel was through the door before she finished the sentence. Little Eb went more carefully, standing in the doorway for a moment, 1 foot on the sill and 1 on the snow, testing the proposition. Then he stepped out, and the snow held him, and he walked into the yard with the concentrated attention of someone for whom the ground had not always been a reliable surface. Patience stood at the door and watched her brothers. "Go," Mercy said. "I will," Patience said. But Let stayed in the doorway a moment longer, watching, and Mercy understood that she was doing what she had been doing for a month, collecting the thing before she stepped into it. Then she stepped out. The day was the best day they had had in over a month, and Mercy let it be that. Let the children be outside in it. Let the yard have the noise of children in it again, which was a sound she had not heard in 31 days, and which turned out to matter to her more than she had known it mattered. But the snow did not leave. This was the thing she had not fully prepared herself for. The storms were over, and the snow was still there. The roads were still buried. The road to the village was still not passable for a cart, or a horse, or any of the methods of movement that connected this farm to the larger world it depended on. The world had not come back just because the sky had cleared and the door had opened. The snow melted at the rate that February snow melted in Massachusetts, which was slowly, which was 1 melt and freeze cycle at a time. The sun working at the surface during the brief, warm hours of the afternoon, and the cold locking what it found each night. The snow level dropping perhaps an inch a day on the south-facing surfaces, and less than that on the north-facing ones. At an inch a day, she was looking at weeks. She had known this. She had told Samuel as much. The storms are done. The rest takes longer. And she had meant it, and she had believed it. But believing it and living into it were different. And in the days after the storms ended, she felt, for the first time in the month, something close to what she might have called despair, if she had been willing to call it that. She was not willing to call it that. She called it impatience. She called it the difficulty of the slow part after the acute part. She called it the arithmetic of an inch a day against the 6 feet that remained. Granger came by on the 3rd day after the door opened. He came on foot now, without the snowshoes, the crust hard enough to walk on in his heavy boots. And he knocked at the front door, the way a person knocked at a front door, from the ground, which was a thing that should have been ordinary and was instead briefly remarkable. She opened the door, and he was standing at door height, and the world outside was the world at its proper scale. He came in and sat at the kitchen table, and she gave him coffee, and he told her what he knew. Eleanor Whitmore was all right. The boy had continued going every other day. John Fenwick was still in the Greer barn, and seemed to have settled into it with the particular equanimity of a man who had decided his circumstances were someone else's problem. The Holloway family was managing. The Tobias family, he had been to the Wells house the previous day. The north rooms were warmer than they had been, and he thought Wells had finally understood what had been required of him. Though Granger did not say this directly. He said the wood situation in the north rooms appears to have stabilized. Mercy looked at him. How long did it take him to understand? She said. Granger looked at his coffee. Some time, he said. She thought about the north rooms. She thought about what some time meant in a winter like this one, when the variable being adjusted was the warmth in the rooms where a family with 2 children was sleeping. She thought about better and enough, and the distance between them. I should have gone sooner, she said, when the snowshoes were ready. I went to Eleanor Whitmore, and I did not go to the Wells house for another 2 days. Granger looked at her. You went, he said, later than I should have. Most people did not go at all, he said, not as absolution exactly, as precision. The same precision Abish used when she was correcting a claim that had gone further than the evidence supported. Mercy sat with this. She thought about what Granger had said 2 weeks ago at the 2nd floor window, when she had asked about the snowshoes and who had taught him. He had said learned the technique some years back, not something he had had occasion to use until now. And he had looked at the oval frames on his feet with the matter-of-fact regard of a man for a tool that worked. And he had not said where the technique came from. She had not asked. Abish had been standing behind her, and had looked at the snowshoes, and had recognized the lacings, and had said nothing. She thought about all the not asking and the not saying that had organized her life in this settlement for 9 years, and what it had cost, and who had paid the cost, and whether the door being open now changed any of that. She did not think the door being open changed any of that. She thought that might be the thing the winter had actually shown her. Not the dramatic version, not the crisis that revealed a truth in a moment, but the slow version, the version that came from 31 days of arithmetic in a notebook, that a door opening was not the same as a world changing, and that the world changing required something more than a season, and something different than a storm. She looked at Granger across the table. Thank you, she said, for the going, for all of it. He looked at his coffee. He nodded once. He finished the coffee and stood up and put on his coat and hat and said he had 2 more farms to get to before dark. She walked him to the door. She opened the door for him with one hand, the way she opened it every morning, and he stepped out into the late winter afternoon, his boots sinking slightly into the softened surface of the snow, and he walked down the path she had cleared toward the road that was almost a road again. She stood in the doorway and watched him go. Behind her, the kitchen was warm. The fire was going. The children were somewhere in the house. She could hear them. The specific sounds of children moving through a space that had been their entire world for a month and was now, incrementally, becoming less than the entire world. The snow was still there, 6 feet of it in the places the sun had not reached, 4 feet in the places it had. The road would open in some number of days. The world would come back in some number of days. The door was open. She stood there for a moment, with the cold February air coming in and the warmth of the kitchen behind her, balanced between the two, and thought about the door on the 8th morning that had not opened, and what it had been like to stand there with her hand on the handle and understand before she was ready to understand. She thought, I understand more now. She thought, I still do not understand enough. She thought these two things simultaneously, without needing them to resolve, because 31 days of arithmetic in a notebook had taught her, among other things, that some calculations were not going to resolve into clean numbers, and that the honest thing to do with those calculations was to write them down exactly as they were, and keep looking at them until they showed you something. She went inside. She closed the door. She went to the notebook and wrote Day 31. Door open. World still buried. Structure intact. She had been writing structure intact at the end of each daily entry for 3 weeks. She had been writing it about the house, about the beams and the walls and the plaster. She left it in. Nathaniel came home on the 37th day. She heard the horse before she saw him, heard it on the road that had been cleared enough for passage by 3 days of thaw and the effort of several men with shovels working outward from the village in stages. She heard the sound of a horse on a road that had not had a horse on it for 5.5 weeks, and went to the window. He was on the road at the edge of the property, coming toward the house. And she looked at him the way she looked at things she had been imagining for a long time and was now seeing in their actual form, with the slight adjustment of expectation to reality that always came and was always small and always mattered. He looked the same. She did not know exactly what she had expected. He looked the same. She went to the door and opened it. He came across the yard on foot, having left the horse at the gate, and he looked at the yard and at the house the way a man looked at things he had been worried about from a distance for over a month. His eyes went to the roof first, which was the right place to look if you were thinking about the weight of snow on structures. The roof was intact. He looked at the walls, at the windows, at the door she was standing in. Then he looked at her. You are well, he said. We are well, she said. He came in. The reunion with the children was what it was. Samuel climbing him before he had his coat off. Little Eb watching from a careful distance before submitting to being held. Patience standing to the side with a composure that she then abandoned when he put his arm around her. Mercy watched it from the kitchen doorway and felt the specific feeling of a woman watching her family reassemble. A feeling that had no simple name. They sat down to dinner. He ate the way men ate when they had been worried and were no longer worried, with the appetite that relief released. And she watched him and thought about the letter in the drawer and how to begin. After dinner, after the children were in bed, they sat together at the kitchen table. Abish had gone upstairs. The fire was the evening fire, low and steady. She put the letter on the table. He looked at it. One folded packet, irregular in thickness, addressed to him in her handwriting. I started writing on the 20th day, she said, when I could not sleep and needed somewhere to put it. He took the letter and held it the way he held things he understood to be significant, with both hands, with attention. You can read it now or later, she said. Some of what is in it I will tell you anyway. But there is other material. He looked at her over the letter. Later, he said. I want to hear it from you first. She told him. She told him for 2 hours. She told him about the door on the 8th morning, and the window, and Abish on the snow, and the woodpile, and the new stacking method, and the notebook, and the arithmetic she had done, and redone, and done again. She told him about the pig, and the cows, and the hay, and the rye straw. She told him about Granger at the second-floor window, and Eleanor Whitmore, and the South Road, and Celia Tobias in the North Rooms. She told him about the snowshoes. He listened to all of it the way he listened to things that mattered to him, without interrupting, his coffee going cold in his hands, his eyes on her. When she got to the snowshoes, he looked at the 2 pairs still hanging near the door, which he had noticed when he came in and had not yet asked about. She told him about Abish. This part she told more carefully, feeling for the words, because this was the part she had been writing in the letter and had not fully gotten right even there. She told him about the 3 years of working alongside Abish and what she had not known in those 3 years and what the snow had shown her. She told him about the fire stacking and the snowshoes and the ground knowledge on the South Road and what Abish had done when Mercy went through the crust. She told him about the conversation with the children about snow, Abish sitting at the table and telling them how to read it, and herself standing in the doorway, listening and understanding, for the first time clearly, that she had been living in one layer of this place, while someone else in her own house had been living in another. Nathaniel was quiet for a while after she told him that. Then he said, I have known for some time that Mercy looked at him. I did not know how to say it, he said. In the way of things here, it is not the kind of knowing that gets talked about. She sat with this. She thought about what it meant, that he had known this, and had not said it, and she had not known it, and had not asked. She thought about the specific texture of the things that did not get talked about in the way of things here. The category, that phrase, named without naming. It needs to change, she said. He looked at her. Not all of it, she said. I am not talking about all of it. I am talking about what I can change in this house, in how I see what is here. She paused. I was wrong about what I knew, about this place and about who in it had knowledge worth knowing. I was wrong in a way that had costs, not just this winter. He said nothing for a moment. Then, what will you do differently? I will ask, she said. When I do not know something that she might know, I will ask. I will not wait until the snow makes me. He nodded. The thaw had been uncovering things for 6 days now, and every morning there was something new to find. The pig she had known about, the hens she had not been prepared for. 4 of the 6 found in the coop when the snow dropped enough to open the coop door, clustered together in the corner, the way hens clustered when they were trying to share warmth, which had not been enough. The apple tree, 3 of the 6 trees had lost major branches to the weight of the snow, split and twisted, the wood torn in ways that would not heal. She had walked the orchard 2 days ago when the snow was down enough to move through it without snowshoes, and she had looked at each tree and made her assessment. 3 trees would come back, reduced but functional. 3 were uncertain. She had written this in the notebook without the particular distress she would have expected herself to feel, because the month had recalibrated her sense of what warranted distress. 3 uncertain apple trees was a problem for next autumn, a loss for the years that followed, a thing that would require attention and possibly replanting. It was real. It was not the same quality of real as counting firewood in a buried house. The east fence, the snow had shifted the stones over the course of the month, the movement of the snowpack dislodging what had been set by hand over years. And in 3 places, the line of stone had simply scattered, the careful arrangement gone back to a collection of rocks with no relationship to each other. She had walked the fence line with Nathaniel on the 2nd day after he came home, both of them in boots now, the snow down enough to walk on without assistance, and they had looked at what the snow had done to the work of 9 years. Spring work, he said. Yes, she said. He put his hand on the nearest stone. It was a particular gray granite with a streak of quartz in it, a stone she had seen every day for 9 years without looking at it. He picked it up and set it back on the course below it, where it had come from, or near enough. It can be rebuilt, he said. I know, she said. They rebuilt the fence over the next several days. The 2 of them and the neighbor's son, who came to help when the roads were clear enough to use, resetting the stones in the approximate positions they had been in before. The line, not perfect, but a line, the boundary of the property reestablished in the landscape. Abish was not asked to help with the fence. Mercy noticed this on the 2nd day of the rebuilding. The reconstruction had organized itself naturally along certain lines. Nathaniel and the neighbor's son working the stones, and Mercy directing where the line had been, and Abish doing the daily work of the house and the barn, the work that was hers in the structure of things, and the fence, a thing that had not occurred to anyone to bring her into. She thought about this. On the 3rd day, she asked Abish to come out. She asked her to come look at the section of fence along the south end of the property. The section where the stones had the particular arrangement that suggested the original line had not been where Mercy had always thought it was. Is this where it was? She asked. The south line? Abish looked at the stones on the ground, and at the stones that were still standing, and at the land around them. She looked for a while. The line was further south, she said, by perhaps 20 feet. You can see where the old course ran, she pointed. The ground is different there, lower, where the stones sat for a long time. Mercy looked. She could see it, a faint depression, barely visible, running parallel to where the fence currently stood, 20 feet further into what she had thought of as her south field. Not dramatic, the kind of thing you saw when someone showed you where to look. She looked at it for a moment. Did you know that before? She said. I noticed it, Abish said. The summer before last. I did not know if it was my place to say. Mercy stood with that. She did not rebuild the fence along the old line. The south field was her south field, and had been for 9 years. And the question of where lines had been before was a question she did not know how to open all the way, was not sure she could open all the way, was not sure what opening it would mean. She was one person trying to see more clearly, and she was not able to see everything at once. But she rebuilt the fence, knowing what she now knew about the ground it sat on. That was something. That was not everything. She knew it was not everything, but it was what she could do with what she had on the day she did it, which was what she had always done, which was what the winter had tested and found to be at least adequate, even when adequate was not the same as right. In the evening of the day, she had asked Abish about the fence line. Mercy sat at the kitchen table with the notebook open in front of her. She turned to the daily accounting page, the page she had been writing on every morning for a month, and she looked at the numbers. Wood, no entry needed. The woodpile was accessible. The road was open. The crisis of the fuel supply had resolved itself in the ordinary way of crises that resolve, quietly and without announcement. The thing that had been a problem simply no longer being a problem. Food adequate, depleted but adequate. Cows recovering. She had gotten feed from the village 2 days after the road opened, and the cows had responded to it with the grateful purposefulness of animals that had been waiting for exactly this. She closed the daily accounting section. She turned to the back of the notebook, to the section she had been writing in on the evenings, when the children were asleep, and there was nothing to count that had not already been counted. She read through it from the beginning. The first entry, on the 8th day, after the door did not open, we have enough. If enough means what it usually means, I do not yet know what enough means. She read through all of it. The entries from the middle weeks, shorter and more compressed. The language going to its essence when there was not enough to spare for anything beyond what was necessary. The entry on the 14th day about the pig hide and the snowshoes, and should have asked sooner. The entry on the Sunday without bells. The entry with the list of names: Eleanor Whitmore, Robert and Celia Tobias, John Fenwick, and the 2 sentences below the list: I cannot reach any of them. Granger can. Granger is. She read the entry about the pamphlet. 2 languages for the same winter. One of them talked about what the winter meant. One of them talked about what the winter required. She read the letter she had written to Nathaniel. She had given him the sealed letter the evening he came home, and he had read it that night and returned it to her the next morning without comment, which was the right response. She thought. She had put it back in the notebook where it had been. She turned to a fresh page. She wrote the date. She wrote what this winter was, from inside it. Then she sat for a while with the pen in her hand. She wrote it was the arithmetic first, the counting, the daily reduction of everything to number, and the number to decision, and the decision to action. This is what I know how to do, and I did it. She wrote it was also the things that did not reduce to number. The fire at 3 in the morning that I sat in front of, because it was the thing in front of me. Ebb asking where God keeps the snow. Patience's face at the kitchen table getting more serious than I knew a 12-year-old could get. The specific quality of the silence on the Sunday without bells. She wrote it was Abish. That is the thing I have been turning over since February, and am not done turning over. 3 years of living and working alongside a person, and understanding less than I thought about what that person knew and what that person was. The winter did not give me this. The winter made me stop not seeing it. I was not seeing it before, and that is different. She stopped. She wrote, "Smaller. I do not know yet what to do with what I can now see. I know more than I knew, and I do not yet know what the more requires of me. I think finding out will take longer than the winter did. I think it might take the rest of my life." She set the pen down. From upstairs, she could hear the children settling into the sounds of the evening. Samuel's footsteps. Eb's voice talking to the horse that slept on the windowsill of his room now. The creak of Patience's chair. Nathaniel was in the barn, doing the evening check. The same check he had done every evening for 9 years, except for the 5.5 weeks he had not been here to do it. The fire was going. The kitchen was warm. She closed the notebook and put it in the drawer and went upstairs. Spring came to Massachusetts the way it always came, without apology for how long it had taken. It came in the particular way of New England springs, not all at once, but in arguments. A warm day followed by a cold one. The temperature negotiating with itself for weeks before finally arriving at something that could be called settled. The snow retreated in stages, the south-facing slopes going first. The brown of last autumn's grass emerging in patches and then in swaths. The fields coming back into view, the way words came back when you had been trying to remember something for a long time and then suddenly it was there. By the second week of March, the road to the village was fully open. By the third week of March, the kitchen garden was visible down to the soil, and Mercy went out with a stick and pressed it into the ground to feel how deep the frost still went, which was the test her mother had taught her, and her mother's mother before that. And the frost went down 4 inches, which meant another 2 or 3 weeks before planting. She waited. She was good at waiting now. Or she had been made good at it by a winter that had not given her any alternative. She had found, in the weeks since the snow receded, that some of what the winter had built in her remained, even as the conditions that had required it dissolved. The attention she had paid to the daily numbers, the particular quality of watching and assessing that had organized every morning for over a month, did not go away when the crisis did. It stayed, somewhat altered, somewhat quieter, but present. She was still counting. She was counting different things now. The degrees of frost in the soil and the angle of the March sun and the condition of the apple trees as the buds formed on the surviving ones. But the counting itself had not left. She thought this was probably permanent. She was not sure yet whether that was a loss or a gain or something that did not fit in either category. The settlement came back to itself slowly, the way communities came back after the thing that had disrupted them was over, through the resumption of ordinary contact, the exchange of ordinary information, the particular relief of seeing in person people you had known, were alive, but had not been able to see. The Sunday after the roads opened, the meeting house was full, not just with the usual congregation, but with people who had not been there in months. And Reverend Marsh stood at the front and looked at them all for a moment before he said anything. And what he said was not about God or providence or the meaning of the winter. He said, "I am glad to see your faces." And the room was very quiet for a moment, and then it was not. Mercy stood in her pew and looked at the people around her and thought about 31 days of not seeing any of them, and about Granger on his snowshoes, and about Eleanor Whitmore's rebuilt fire, and about Celia Tobias in the north rooms, and about all the individual weights that had been carried separately in all the separate houses across the buried settlement, weights that were now, for the first time, in the same room together. Eleanor Whitmore was 2 pews ahead of her, sitting straight, her good coat on, her prayer book in her hands. She had lost perhaps 15 pounds over the winter, and she had not had 15 pounds to lose. But she was there, present and upright, which was something that had not been certain. Celia Tobias was not in the meeting house. She had never been in the meeting house. That was not where the Tobias family's Sundays went. Mercy thought about this while Reverend Marsh spoke. And she thought about it the way she had been thinking about a number of things since the snow receded, with the awareness that thinking about it was not the same as doing anything about it, and that doing something about it was not straightforwardly within her power, and that neither of those facts was sufficient reason to stop thinking about it. After the service, the congregation stood in the yard in the thin March sunlight, and the conversations that happened were the conversations of people who had been through something together without being together, comparing notes on what had happened in each house, as if assembling a larger picture from its parts. She spoke to Thomas Granger. He was standing at the edge of the yard, a little apart from the larger conversations, and she went and stood next to him, and they looked at the meeting house yard and the road and the fields beyond it, all of them March gray and waterlogged from the snowmelt. "You saved people," she said. He looked at the road. "I did what I could do," he said. "Others would have done the same. Not everyone had snowshoes," she said. He thought about this. "No," he said, "not everyone." A pause. "You went to the Wells house," he said. "Twice," she said. "Abish and I." He nodded. "The north rooms," he said. "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Wells is not a bad man." "I know," she said. "What is true," he said, looking at the road, "is that good men and bad men can produce the same result when they are not paying the right attention. And the result is what it is, regardless of what the man intended." She stood with this. "What do we do with that?" she said. He looked at her. "We pay attention," he said. "We pay it before the next storm." "Not during?" She said yes. They stood for a while longer in the March cold, and then Granger put on his hat and went to speak to someone across the yard, and Mercy walked home. On the walk home, Patience walked beside her. The road was muddy, the deep, wet mud of New England in March, the mud that sucked at boots and turned simple distances into a different kind of effort. But they walked it without complaining, because it was the road, and it was open. Patience had her small notebook under her arm. "I have been thinking," Patience said. "About what?" Mercy said. "About what people will say happened this winter." She was walking with her eyes on the road, watching where she put her feet. "In a few years, when they tell the story of it." Mercy looked at her daughter. "What do you think they will say?" She said. "I think they will say there was a great snow," Patience said, "and that it was very deep and lasted a long time, and that people managed and came through it." "Is that wrong?" Mercy said. Patience thought about it. "Not wrong," she said. "Incomplete." Mercy waited. They will not say which houses were warm and which were cold. Patience said. They will not say which people had someone go check on them and which people did not. They will not say about the north rooms. She was still looking at the road. The story that gets told will be true, but it will be the same story for everyone. And it was not the same for everyone. Mercy walked beside her daughter and thought about the notebook in the drawer, and the pamphlet from Boston, and what was in them, and what was not in them, and who wrote the records that became the history, and what they chose to put in, and what they chose to leave out. "What is in your notebook?" she said. Patience looked up from the road. "The true version," she said. Mercy looked at her daughter and felt something that had no clean name. Something at the intersection of pride and grief, and something that was almost like hope. The particular hope you felt when you understood that the person coming up behind you was going to go further than you went. "Good," she said. They walked the rest of the way home in the March mud and the thin, cold sun, and the road held them, and the fields on either side were brown and beginning, and the settlement was behind them, and the farm was ahead. And the world was the world again, open and full of what it contained and what it did not contain, and all the distances, short and long, between the people moving through it. That evening Mercy sat at the kitchen table after dinner with the notebook in front of her. She turned to the back section and read through it from the beginning. The entries from the early days and the middle weeks and the later days. The full record of a winter that was now behind her, but not gone from her. The winter that had changed the shape of the shelf that things were stored on, so that what fit on it afterward was arranged differently than what had fit on it before. She turned to a fresh page. She wrote what this winter was, from inside it. Then she sat with the pen in her hand and thought about how you said that, how you put inside it into words when the inside was the whole thing, when there was no outside to compare it to while you were in it. She wrote it was the arithmetic first, the counting, the daily reduction of everything to number, and the number to decision, and the decision to action. This is what I know how to do, and I did it. She wrote, it was also the things that did not reduce to number. The fire at 3 in the morning that I sat in front of, because it was the thing in front of me. Ebb asking where God keeps the snow. Patience's face getting more serious than I knew a 12-year-old could get. The quality of the silence on the Sunday without bells. She wrote, it was Abish. That is the thing I have been turning over since February, and am not done turning over. 3 years of living and working alongside a person, and understanding less than I thought about what that person knew and what that person was. The winter made me stop not seeing it. I was not seeing it before, and that is different from the winter doing something new to me. The seeing was available. I was not doing it. She stopped. She wrote, smaller. I do not know yet what to do with what I can now see. I know more than I knew, and I do not yet know what the more requires of me. I think finding out will take longer than the winter did. She set the pen down. From upstairs she could hear the children settling into the sounds of the evening. Nathaniel was in the barn. The fire was going. The kitchen was warm, and the road was open, and the world was its right size again, which was large enough to have weather in it, and small enough to walk across on a March afternoon without snowshoes. She closed the notebook. She put it in the drawer. She went upstairs. April came. It came the way April came in Massachusetts, certain of itself, after months of being anything but certain, arriving with the particular authority of a season that knew its own name. The frost left the kitchen garden in the first week. The apple trees put out their first buds. The surviving ones, the three that had come through the winter without losing enough wood to cost them the year. The creek at the south edge of the property, which had been locked under ice and snow since November, came back first as a sound under the ice, and then as the ice breaking apart, and then as the creek itself, running high and fast with all the water the winter had stored and was now returning. Mercy went out to the garden on a morning in the second week of April and pressed her thumb into the soil. It gave not the hard resistance of frozen ground and not the soft excess of ground that was waterlogged and not ready. The give of ground that had been through something and come out the other side and was ready to begin again. The specific give that she had been feeling every April for 9 years with her thumb and her whole body. The knowledge in her hands of when the ground was ready. She stood up. She went back inside and took the seed packets from the shelf where they had been since February, set aside in the weeks before the snow started. The ordinary preparation of a woman who grew a garden every year and kept her seeds in labeled packets on the shelf above the window. She counted them, sorted them, laid them on the table in the order she planted them, which was the order she had always planted them, the same order her mother had used in the same kind of garden in New Hampshire before Mercy came to Massachusetts. Then she called for Abish. Abish came from the back of the house, where she had been working at something, wiping her hands on her apron, and looked at the seeds on the table. "I am going to plant the garden today," Mercy said. "I want to know what you would plant." Abish looked at her. "Not instead of what I am planting," Mercy said. "In addition, or different in some places, if you know something I do not know about what grows well here." She paused. "I have been planting the same garden in the same way for 9 years, because it is how I learned to do it. I do not know if it is the best way to do it in this specific ground." Abish looked at the seed packets on the table for a moment. Then she looked at Mercy. "The east corner," she said, "where the soil is heavier. You plant beans there." "Yes," Mercy said. "The soil in that corner holds water." Abish said, "Beans do not like wet feet. You would do better with the squash there." "Squash likes the wet." She paused. "The beans would do better along the fence on the south side, where the soil drains." Mercy looked at the table. She looked at the east corner of the garden through the window. She had been planting beans in the east corner for 9 years. The beans had done adequately in the east corner. They had not done as well as she had hoped, but she had attributed this to the year or to the variety, and she had planted beans in the east corner again the following spring. 9 years, she said, more to herself than to Abish. "Yes," Abish said. Mercy rearranged the seed. Squash to the east corner, beans to the south fence line. She looked at the new arrangement and thought about 9 years of adequate beans and what adequate had been costing her, without her knowing it was costing her. She was beginning to understand that this was a question with a very long answer. They planted together that morning, Mercy and Abish, working through the rows of the kitchen garden in the April sun that was finally doing what April sun was supposed to do, carrying warmth in it. Actual warmth, the kind that went through a coat and found the person inside. The ground was good. She had pressed her thumb into it 100 times by now, checking, confirming. The habit of assessment that had become so built into her winter that it had transferred to the spring without her deciding to transfer it. The children came out at mid-morning. Samuel wanted to help and was assigned the watering. Patience came with her notebook and sat on the fence and wrote, which nobody commented on because it had become the thing Patience did, the thing she was, the girl with the notebook on the fence, writing down what happened. Little Eb walked the garden rows with the focused attention of a child who has been told not to step on anything and is taking the instruction with the full seriousness of his nature. Nathaniel came by on his way from the barn to the north field, which he and the neighbor's son were preparing to turn this week. The first turning of the season, the beginning of the year's planting in the larger sense. He stopped and looked at the garden. He looked at where the squash stakes were going in. At the east corner. Beans were there. He said, "Squash now," Mercy said. "The soil is too wet for beans." He looked at the corner. "It has always been wet there," he said. "I never thought about it." "Neither did I," she said. He nodded. He went to the north field. In the afternoon, when the garden was mostly done and the children had drifted back inside, and Abish was at the far end of the rows, finishing the last of the planting. Mercy sat on the bench at the garden's edge and opened the notebook. She had been adding to the back section for a month now. The section that was not numbers. The section she had started in February, when the things she was watching could not be reduced to the daily accounting. She was ready to name more of it now than she had been in February. Not all of it. Some of the things in there she thought she might not be ready to name for years. But some of it had become nameable with the spring. She turned to a fresh page. She wrote the date. April 7/10/7/10. She wrote, "The ground is ready. The seeds are in. The squash is in the east corner where the beans were for 9 years, and where the beans were never quite right, and where I did not look closely enough at the ground to understand why. I understand now. I do not know yet what else I am looking at without understanding." She wrote, "Abish is at the far end of the garden. She is finishing the row I started. She knows this ground. She has known it, and I have been learning it, and those are not the same thing, and I do not fully know yet what the difference requires of me." She wrote, "This is the spring after the great snow. That is what people are calling it now. I have heard it several times in the village. The great snow. As if by naming it greatly they have put it in its place, contained it, made it something that happened, rather than something that continues to happen inside the people it happened to. I do not think the people who call it that are wrong. I think they are doing what people do with the things that were too large while they were happening, which is to give them a small name afterward, and put them on the shelf and go back to planting." She paused. She wrote, "I am going back to planting, but I am not putting it on the shelf. I do not think it will fit on the shelf. I think it is the kind of winter that changes the shape of the shelf itself, so that what fits on it afterward is arranged differently than what fit on it before." She looked at what she had written. She turned back several pages to the entry she had written on the 31st day, the day the door opened. She had written, at the end of it, "Structure intact." She read those 2 words. She had been writing them about the house, about the beams and the walls and the plaster. She had left them in each time because they were true about the house and she had wanted them on the page. She looked at them now and thought they were true about something else too. And she was not sure yet what to do with that. And so she did what she had learned to do with the things she was not sure what to do with, which was to write them down exactly as they were and keep looking at them. She wrote, below the entry, from the 31st day structure, intact. But not the same structure. Something has been added. Something has been seen that cannot be unseen. I do not know yet if that is better or simply different, and I think the question will answer itself over time if I continue to pay the kind of attention the winter required and that I am trying to carry forward into the spring. She closed the notebook. She sat for a moment on the bench with the notebook in her hands and the April sun on her face and the smell of turned earth around her. The particular smell of a garden in its first day, before anything had grown. But after the intention had been set, Abish came to the end of the last row. She stood up and looked at the garden, the whole of it. The rows laid in and the soil tamped down over the seeds and the markers Mercy had made from sticks to remember what was where. She stood with the look she had when she was assessing something, reading it, taking in what was there. Then she looked up. She looked at the sky above the garden, the April sky that was doing what an April sky in Massachusetts was supposed to do. Blue and carrying actual light, the light of a sun that had decided to stay. She looked at it the way she looked at everything outside, as something to be read, and she was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when she was reading carefully. She said something. She said it quietly, not to Mercy, not quite to anyone, looking up at the sky with her face turned toward the light, and she said it in the language that was hers, the language she carried with her, the way she carried the knowledge of snow and fire and ground, as something that was hers from before this farm and before this settlement and before any of the arrangements that had put her in this garden on this morning. Mercy did not understand the words. She did not ask what they meant. She sat on the bench and let them be said, and let them be what they were, which was language finding its way out into the April air of a country that had known that language long before it knew any other. And she looked at the garden and the seeds that were in the ground and the sky above them both. And she thought, I am still learning the shape of what I do not know. That was something. That was not everything, but it was a true thing said on a true morning. And she held it the way she held the notebook, as something worth keeping. The seeds were in the ground. The season had begun. There is a field in Massachusetts. It is April of 1717, and the field is coming back. Not all at once. Not the way spring came in the stories people told about spring. The sudden green and the warm rain and the world reborn in an afternoon. It came the way things actually came back after they had been gone long enough to matter. Incrementally, in patches and stages. The brown of last autumn's grass appearing first at the south-facing edges and spreading inward. The snow retreating before it, in the slow negotiation of a season that had already decided who was going to win and was simply working out the timing. The stone wall on the eastern edge of the property is back. Not the same as it was. Some of the stones are in different positions than they were before, reset by hands that place them where they fit rather than where they had always been. and the line is slightly different in two places. The adjustment visible if you knew where to look, and invisible if you did not. But it is a wall again. It runs from the property corner to the apple trees, and it marks what it has always marked: the eastern boundary of a farm that a family has been working for 9 years. The smoke hole is gone. Where the snow was, there is ground. And on the ground, there is a kitchen garden with new rows in it and seeds under the soil that will come up in their time without being rushed. And a farmhouse with a door that opens the way doors were meant to open, outward into the morning, with one hand and no particular effort. Mercy Hale opens it every morning now with something she did not have before the winter, which is the specific awareness of what it means for a door to open. She does not think about this for long. A door opening is a door opening, and a morning is a morning, and there is work to do. But for a moment, each time, she is aware of it, the way you were aware of something you had lost and found again. For some time after the finding, the settlement has a name for the winter now: the Great Snow. People say it the way they said all the things that organized time in a place where time needed organizing, as a before and an after, a line across the calendar of shared experience. Before the Great Snow, the Pratt family had 4 cows. After the Great Snow, they had 1. Before the Great Snow, old John Fenwick had a house. After a fashion, after the Great Snow, he had a room in the Greer barn that turned out to be warmer. Before the Great Snow, Eleanor Whitmore was recently widowed and managing alone. After the Great Snow, she was recently widowed and managing alone, but differently, with the particular knowledge that managing alone had limits that were not visible until they were reached. The name is true. The name is also incomplete, as names for large things were always incomplete. What the name did not contain was the interior of it, the specific texture of being inside a house that the world had forgotten about for 31 days. The quality of attention that 31 days of counting required and produced. The things that became visible when everything else was stripped away, and what was left was the arithmetic and the fire and the people in the room with you, and the question of what you actually knew about any of them. Some of those things were still visible. In the spring, in the people who had been through it. You could see it in the way Mercy Hale stood in her kitchen garden on an April morning, pressing her thumb into the soil with the attention of a woman who had learned over the winter that knowing the ground required a different quality of looking than she had been giving it, and who was still in the early days of figuring out what that meant for the years ahead. You could see it in Patience Hale, 12 years old, who carried a small notebook everywhere she went now, and wrote in it with the seriousness of someone who had decided that the true version of things was worth preserving, that what actually happened and what people remembered happening were not always the same, and that the difference between them mattered and should be recorded by someone. You could see it in Thomas Granger, who had gone around the settlement on snowshoes for 5 weeks checking on houses, and who stood in the meeting house yard on the first Sunday the roads were open and looked at the people coming out and did a quiet, private count, noting who was there and who was not, and what that told him about what the winter had been for each of them, and who had said to Mercy Hale on a March morning, "We pay attention before the next storm," not during. You could see it in the kitchen garden itself. Squash in the east corner, where the beans had been for 9 years. The soil around it darker and wetter than the rest of the garden. exactly what squash needed, and exactly what the beans had never had. And you could see it in the relationship between two women who had worked alongside each other for 3 years and had built, over those 3 years, a language of shared work that was efficient and functional, and that the winter had expanded into something neither of them had words for yet, and both of them were still finding the shape of one conversation at a time, one question asked and answered at a time, in the slow way that the things that mattered most tended to be learned. On the morning of the last day of April, Mercy stood at the kitchen door with her coffee in both hands and looked at the north field. Nathaniel was in the field with the neighbor's son, turning the last section before planting. She could hear them from the door, the particular sounds of a field being prepared, which were the same sounds that had been made in this field every spring for 9 years, and that she had been hearing so long she had stopped hearing them, and which this morning she heard. The apple trees at the far edge of the field were in bloom. The 3 that had survived the winter with their branches intact were fully flowering, white blossoms against the blue morning sky. And even the 3 that had lost major branches had put out something smaller, tentative, the effort of trees that had been through more than trees should be asked to go through, and were trying anyway. She stood there for a moment with the coffee and the sound of the field and the smell of the apple blossoms coming across the cool April air. Then the door behind her opened, and Abish came out and stood beside her. They stood together at the kitchen door, the way they had stood in the kitchen on the mornings of the winter, side by side, the work around them, and the particular quiet between them. That was not the quiet of people who had nothing to say, but the quiet of people who had been through something together and did not need to make noise to confirm that they were still in it. Abish looked at the field. She looked at the apple trees. She looked at the sky, the way she always looked at the sky in the morning, reading it. And whatever she found there, she held for a moment before she let it go. And the morning continued. Mercy drank her coffee. The field was being planted. The season was what it was, open and unknown and full of what it would bring, which was not something either of them could count in advance, which was not something anyone could count in advance, which was the condition of every spring that had ever come to this ground or any other. But the seeds were in, the door was open, and the smoke that had risen from the field in February, that thin thread from the small hole in the white, was gone now. Gone, because the hole was gone and the white was gone, and what remained was the ground itself, the actual ground, brown and ready, and asking the oldest question that ground asked, which was what you were going to put into it and what you expected in return. Mercy Hale knew what she was going to put into it. She was still working on the return. She would be working on it for some time. She went inside to start breakfast. Behind her, the door stood open to the April morning, the way it was supposed to stand, wide and easy, letting in the light,